Chapter 581. The flagship had been damaged to the point of almost being completely destroyed. This greatly shocked the crew of all the corvettes on the battlefield, and the captains were at a loss for what to do now that they had lost their commander. Chaos would only ensue if they lost Commander Ebenezer's leadership for a prolonged period of time. Commander Ebenezer was well aware of this, which was why he needed to enter the backup command ship as soon as possible and continue to command the fleet. The escape pod was pulled into the backup command ship. As soon as it was parked, Commander Ebenezer immediately opened the hatch. The captain of the corvette was waiting with two medics, Kaji. He quickly went up to Commander Ebenezer when he saw him. "Chief Commander, are you hurt?" the captain of the frigate asked with concern. Commander Ebenezer waved his hand to stop the two medics from inspecting Kaji. "I'm fine. Hurry up and take me to the cockpit." "This way, please," the captain said, aware of the urgency of the situation. The captain of the corvette led the way while Commander Ebenezer followed behind. The two of them were just about to quickly make their way to the cockpit. David's hands landed heavily on the two medics, Kaji. When dealing with medics like Kaji, who had no combat ability, he only needed to rely on his third-grade exoskeleton armor gloves to deal with them. The two Kaji medics were knocked unconscious before they could even react. Whether they could wake up would depend on their luck. Commander Ebenezer and the captain of the corvette heard the noise and looked behind them, just in time to see David's figure disappearing from the environment and revealing his golden exoskeleton armor. Federation God of War, David. Commander Ebenezer didn't expect David to appear here at a time like this. He felt a chill run down his spine as he exclaimed. "Looks like you're here to deal with me," David said calmly. He took 2 steps forward and picked up the 2 medics before rushing toward the cockpit at full speed. There was a distance of 150 meters between them and the cockpit. With his full speed, David sent 3 unlucky crew members flying before arriving outside the cockpit. There was also a group of 6 Kaji guards here. When they saw that the captain and the chief commander were held hostage, they did not dare to attack David. They were afraid that the 2 officers would be hurt, so they could only stand in front of David. Behind David, dozens of Kaji were rushing over. David had already informed these Kaji about the captain and the chief commander. David did not stop. He opened his mouth and unleashed a high-frequency sound wave. The 6 Kaji warriors were all stunned for more than 5 seconds. High-frequency sound wave could only stun a level 2 insectoid for 1 second at most. Some level 2 insectoids with stronger physiques could only stun them for less than 1 second. However, when the human Kaji was not on guard, the effect of the high-frequency sound wave was very strong. This was related to the human's physique. In fact, if the human Kaji knew about this beforehand, he could have activated the soundwave barrier on the exoskeleton armor. Most exoskeleton armors were equipped with such a device to prevent the attacks of insectoids with the talent of soundwave. Activating the soundwave barrier would affect the Kaji's judgment of the outside world, so it would not be activated normally. David threw the frigate captain in his right hand forward. He then pulled out his level 4 decelerating heavy sword and charged forward at high speed. As he charged forward, he swung the level 4 decelerating heavy sword in his hand and killed the 6 Kaji warriors while they were still stunned. David's speed was very fast. He quickly rushed past the frigate captain and swung the level 4 decelerating heavy sword to break open the cockpit door. He then swung the sword twice and killed the 2 Kaji warriors in the cockpit through the door. He then put away the level 4 decelerating heavy sword and turned around to catch the frigate captain, who was thrown out. David walked into the cockpit and glanced around. "All of you, stand over there," he said to the crew in a deep voice. The remaining crew members were all normal people. Even the Kaji warriors were not wearing exoskeleton armor, so no one would charge forward recklessly. In fact, the crew members here were all terrified. They naturally recognized David's identity. The reputation of the Federation's god of war had long spread throughout the Interstellar Federation. Not to mention, all 8 Kaji warriors had been killed in an instant, and this was even with 2 captains in David's hands. The crew members obediently followed David's instructions and walked to a corner of the cockpit. No one dared to make any strange movements. David put down the 2 captains before turning to Captain Ebenezer and asked, "You must be the captain of this fleet, right?" "Yes." Captain Ebenezer wanted to resist and say something unyielding, but when he saw the golden exoskeleton armor on David's body, his words turned into an admission. "Can you introduce yourself? You know me, but I don't know your name. This is very unfair," David said in a deep voice. "My name is Ebenezer." Captain Ebenezer replied honestly. "You are in my hands. I will only ask you once. Do you agree to surrender?" David continued asking. As David spoke, he took out his Grade 4 deceleration greatsword. His actions were very straightforward. The result of refusing was death. Captain Ebenezer's face alternated between green and white. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but the mere thought of death made him tremble all over. After tasting a good life, Captain Ebenezer was no longer the elite military captain who fought to the death against the insectoids. Now, Captain Ebenezer knew very well that a single word from him would decide his fate. Life or death. Death was simple. All he had to do was refuse David's offer. However, if he died, then everything he had worked so hard to achieve over the years would go up in smoke. He was born to surrender, but Admiral Longfellow would not let him go after he surrendered. He would not have a good ending, either. Captain Ebenezer kept thinking, but he also saw the impatience on David's face. "We won't surrender. Just give up," the captain of the frigate next to Captain Ebenezer yelled. David's Grade 4 deceleration greatsword slashed down on the captain's head the moment he said those words. The greatsword swept down from top to bottom. The corvette captain was stunned on the spot. His body was then split to the left and right, creating a bloody scene. Captain Ebenezer had seen his fair share of dead people. Even after leaving the military, his hands were still stained with blood. However, this was the consequence of refusing David. Captain Ebenezer could almost see the miserable state he would end up in if he refused David's offer. His face could not help but twitch. David turned to Captain Ebenezer and said, "Captain Ebenezer, are you going to reject the offer too? I don't have time to waste with you. Hurry up and make your decision." "I surrender," Captain Ebenezer said softly, as if all the strength in his body had left him. At that moment 24 Kaji rushed in from outside. They saw David and Captain Ebenezer, as well as the corvette captain's corpse. Captain Ebenezer had just agreed to let David's request go, but before he could continue, these Kaji had arrived. This made him very unhappy. He also needed to show Captain Ebenezer how powerful he was. He needed to make Captain Ebenezer's last shred of resistance vanish. David exerted force in his legs and rushed toward the 24 Kaji in a flash. He activated his Grandmaster Grade greatsword, Space Slicer. Whether it was his equipment, speed, or strength, he was far superior to these Kaji. Coupled with the huge gap in technique, these Kaji seemed extremely weak in front of David. 2 seconds later, not a single Kaji was left standing in the cockpit. There wasn't even a single Kaji that could moan. Every single Kaji was decapitated by David. Even if a Kaji tried to block their necks with their weapons would be severed along with their neck. David returned to Captain Ebenezer's side and shook off the blood on his Grade 4 greatsword. "Captain Ebenezer, please give the order." David gestured to Captain Ebenezer with his left hand that wasn't holding the sword. Captain Ebenezer had completely lost his confidence. His eyes were filled with fear. He had seen how powerful David was. In his eyes, David was like a demon. "I am Captain Ebenezer. I order all warships to surrender." Captain Ebenezer came in front of the command screen and used his identity bracelet, to activate his authority. He then gave the order to all the corvettes. David also ordered the Anderson Transcendent to stop through their mental connection. At the same time, he used his identity bracelet to connect to the advanced kit's combat AI on the destroyer and gave the same order. "Captain, why?" a corvette captain asked in dissatisfaction. "Execute the order. All warships, surrender." Captain Ebenezer glanced at David beside him and repeated in a deep voice, "They have so few people. We can win. Why should we surrender?" Another captain asked, "It seems like your words have no effect." "In that case, you have no value," David said calmly. A look of panic flashed across Captain Ebenezer's eyes. He immediately used his authority to lock down all the warship. All the corvettes immediately stopped and their energy shields disappeared. "Congratulations, Captain Ebenezer. You've survived," David said with a smile. The task of receiving the captives was left to the Kaji of the base. When they received David's notification, the soldiers in the base all had looks of disbelief on their faces. Long live the Federation's war god! It was unknown which soldier was the first to cheer, but the rest of the base soon followed suit. Dozens of landing ships took to the skies. Although the base lacked mid-level and high-ranking officers, there were definitely a lot of Kaji. All the Kaji of the Planetary Defense Force were in the base. Not a single one of the captives dared to resist during the entire process. In truth, the Kaji among the soldiers were more than happy for someone to resist. They were extremely resentful of the enemy who had taken advantage of their inability to pilot a warship to attack them. 4 of the 30 corvettes had lost their purpose of being repaired, while 6 required major repairs. The rest of the corvettes, on the other hand, had not suffered much damage. David would not use the incident of these corvettes to report Admiral Longfellow. This was not a big deal to the Admiral, and he could get away with it as long as he made some excuses. David would not even report this to Grand Marshal André. No matter how well Grand Marshal André took care of him, he could not be sure that Grand Marshal André would take down a vice-marshal for him. The destroyer was still parked in space. This time, it did not enter the spaceport. Instead, it was on standby. David gave the order for the advanced combat intelligences to engage in automatic combat. As long as any spaceship approached without permission, they would be able to initiate an attack. David personally escorted Captain Ebenezer back to the base on a landing ship. When he entered the base, the entire base erupted into cheers. Many of the soldiers in the base understood that a fleet that dared to attack a military base would not leave anyone alive. If David failed, then they would all be silenced. It was precisely because they were saved that they were so grateful. David brought Captain Ebenezer to his office. Cadillac passed down the order. "Have Maintenance Kaji do his best to repair these corvettes. I'll pay for all the costs," David ordered Cadillac's adjutant. He gave this order because he did not use any military resources for this battle. It was completely his own battle. David had no intention of handing over these corvettes. Although his destroyer could take on 30 ships at a time, if they were ordinary corvettes of the military, they might not even have a chance of winning in a 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 battle. These corvettes were all the latest models. Even if he had credits, he would not be able to buy them anywhere. David was also not worried that someone would ask for them. Anyone who did would be implicated in the fleet's attack on the military base. No one in their right mind would do something like that. It must be known that a faction that could send out such a fleet to attack Planet Betelia's defense force had to have an extremely deep background. Getting involved in a conflict between such a faction and David at a time like this was definitely not a good choice. "Captain Ebenezer, you and your subordinates will be handed over to the military. The military court will give you a fair verdict," David said as he sat in his office chair and looked at Captain Ebenezer, who was standing in front of his desk. Captain Ebenezer felt extremely helpless. He knew very well why David had brought him here. David wanted him to hand over some important information in exchange for his life. Otherwise, why would David have brought him to his office for a private conversation? He could have just handed him over to the military. Captain Ebenezer did not want to be sent to the military court. If he did, he would definitely die. Admiral Longfellow would not allow him to live. I have a list of missions that Admiral Longfellow gave me here. All the missions for the past 30 years are included in it. There's also Admiral Longfellow's identification information that can verify the person who sent these missions. I also know some companies that belong to Admiral Longfellow, as well as how these companies are related to the missions, Captain Ebenezer said. Chapter 582. David did not go back on his word this time. Captain Ebenezer left in a small spaceship. As for where Captain Ebenezer could go, David did not care. He had obtained a detailed list of 215 missions. Among them, as many as 40 were assassination missions, and the targets were all Admiral Longfellow's opponents. David looked at the information, but for a moment, he did not know what to do with it. While his reputation in the Interstellar Federation was great, his actual influence was limited. He was like a mascot. The main reason for this was that David was too young and had not been in the military for long. He had enough military achievements and strength, but he did not have the corresponding foundation. The military once again sent a military investigation team to take away all the captive. As for the missing Captain Ebenezer, while they had their suspicions, none of them dared to ask David about it. The military investigation team also brought along the high-ranking officers who had been taken away for investigation, as well as the 3 newly transferred captains. This time, the military of the Tongda starfield had reacted extremely quickly. Truth be told, even the generals of the Tongda starfield no longer wanted to have anything to do with planet Bedalia's defense force, much less with David. They all had a vague idea of who it was that wanted to deal with David. Previously, they might have even wanted to flatter Admiral Longfellow and help him deal with David in secret. However, this time, a fleet of 30 of the latest model frigates had been taken care of by David alone. This greatly shocked the generals of the Tongda starfield. They even thought of how Lieutenant General Kenny had been kidnapped. Lieutenant General Kenny was one of Admiral Longfellow's men. They all knew this very well. No matter who had kidnapped Lieutenant General Kenny, the one who had benefited the most from it was David. This was especially true when Kenny had just used his authority to help deal with David when he was kidnapped. To this day, no one knew if he was still alive or not. In addition, the other Lieutenant General, Beaumont, had also gone missing after participating in the attack on David. The combination of these two matters made them fearful. They didn't want to become another missing general, so they had to make up for their previous mistakes and fill in the missing officers of the Bedalia Defense Force. As for the various supplies, they did not dare to have any shortage. Even the military investigation team that came this time did not request to meet with David. They just handed over the information to the officers below and quickly left. The entire process took less than an hour from the start to the departure of the military investigation team. David could also see the attitude of the military. After such a big incident, the military did not contact him and treated him as if he did not exist. "Captain, you were looking for me." Captain Grenfell walked into David's office and asked. Captain Grenfell was David's schoolmate. They both graduated from the Interstellar Federation Military Academy, so the relationship between the two was naturally close. Captain Grenfell was taken away for investigation, and this time, the military investigation team had returned. David knew why Captain Grenfell had been taken away. It was because Admiral Longfellow wanted to deal with him that Captain Grenfell was implicated in the matter. Therefore, David still felt very apologetic towards Captain Grenfell, but he could not say it out loud. "Captain Grenfell, I've recently reached an important point in my training. I'm afraid I'll need to go into seclusion for a while. I'd like to hand over the matters of the Defense Force to you," David said with a smile. "Congratulations, Captain. You're about to be promoted?" Captain Grenfell was pleasantly surprised when he heard David's words. "It's not that easy. I just need to quietly recuperate my body. There's still a long way to go before I can be promoted." David smiled and shook his head. "As long as you trust me, I'll take over the military affairs." Captain Grenfell agreed without hesitation. This was naturally a good thing. With this experience as the acting captain, it would be easier for him to be promoted in the future. Not all officers were willing to delegate their authority and let their subordinates have great power. Only officers like David, who did not care about authority, would delegate authority. The matters of the defense force are limited. I'll promote your authority and let you be the acting captain. When I leave planet Bedalia in the future, I'll recommend you to the higher-ups. David naturally would not let Captain Grenfell work for nothing, so he promised. Captain Grenfell's face was filled with joy. This promise was very important to him. After a few days, the 30 new frigates that could be repaired were all repaired. As for the ones that could not be repaired, they were towed and sent to the Tordo Fund by David's hired crew. In the following week, David's daily appearances became shorter and shorter. After a week, other than the daily food that was sent to David's room and taken away, David no longer had any contact with the outside world. In fact, the one who stayed in the room was not David, but the Anderson Transcendent. The mission of the Anderson Transcendent was to let the soldiers outside believe that David was still there. The Anderson Transcendent in the room had David's face. This was, of course, a product of biotechnology. This kind of biotechnology had little use in the Interstellar Federation. Although it could completely replicate someone's face, most places in the Interstellar Federation required an identity bracelet. This had nothing to do with the face, so it was easy for people to notice the difference. However, on planet Bedalia, David was the person with the highest authority. When he announced that he was going into seclusion, no one would disturb him. The process of Kaji's promotion to Transcendent was very troublesome. Just breaking through the bottleneck would take a long time. After that, there would be a transformation period that would take several years. There was a lot of risk involved, so it was normal that Kaji needed to focus on training. Therefore, David's announcement of his seclusion wasn't too abrupt. Since the military of the Tongda Starfield didn't ask about David's seclusion, no one paid much attention to it. In fact, David had used the golden exoskeleton armor to fly straight into space the night before. He did not even bring the destroyer because he did not want people to know that he had left. David drove the golden exoskeleton armor and flew 500 kilometers in space, far away from planet Bedalia. Only then did he have the Shadow Servant release the Sonic Boom Iron Beetle. His consciousness entered the Sonic Boom Iron Beetle's soul and had it open its internal space. Afterward, the internal space sent out a wave of energy, and he was sucked into the Sonic Boom Iron Beetle's internal space. It was very big, about the size of a sports field, and it was very clean. There was nothing in the entire space. The ground and the surrounding walls were like crystal. Through the crystal walls, one could see darkness. David looked around. It was a good place. He released the warhorse and prepared some food for it. He then took out some cooked food and prepared to spend some time there. David connected with the Sonic Steel Beetle with his mind and sent a star map to the beetle's soul. After that, the Sonic Steel Beetle started to speed up. There were no sonic booms in space, so the Sonic Steel Beetle's speed was getting faster and faster. David kept the connection with the Sonic Steel Beetle's soul. This was the first time he had controlled the Sonic Steel Beetle to fly in space, so he did not know how it was doing in space. One had to know that very few Level 4 insectoids could fly out of the first line of defense. Every Level 4 insectoid that came out of the wormhole would be attacked fiercely by the space fleet. Even if they could withstand the attacks, they would be killed by the concentrated fire of more spaceships. Therefore, there was very little information about the sonic steel beetle in space. At least, David had never seen any information about it. But David believed that the sonic steel beetle could fly very fast in space. Otherwise, the bugs would not have been able to fly across the vast expanse of space. This was a peaceful area. The surveillance of the bugs was not as strict as in a war zone. On top of that, the sonic steel beetle had the talent of freedom of size, which allowed it to shrink to a size of 2 meters. Although a size of 2 meters was still quite big in space, it was not even comparable to a speck of dust. The sonic steel beetle flew faster and faster. After it reached a speed of 500 kilometers, the sonic steel beetle seemed to have pierced through the void. Then, the sonic steel beetle seemed to have teleported. It kept piercing through the void and reappearing. This is the power of a level 4 bug. David's soul was connected to the sonic steel beetle, so he could feel the sonic steel beetle's acceleration. He could not help but sigh. He could understand the sonic steel beetle's initial speed. It was not as fast as a warp engine, which could push a spaceship to the speed of light. But after the sonic steel beetle accelerated to a certain level, it could perform short teleportations. Each teleport could cover a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers. This speed was even faster than the speed of light. As soon as the sonic steel beetle appeared, it would pierce through the void and reappear 1,000,000 kilometers away. Again, it would pierce through the void and reappear 1,000,000 kilometers away. David could not imagine what it would be like if the insectoids broke through the blockade one day and entered the wider peaceful area from the war zone. With the speed of the sonic steel beetles, they might not be able to stop the insectoids from advancing. Of course, the sonic steel beetle's ability was not without its flaws. It needed to accelerate for 500 kilometers to achieve true teleportations. The sonic steel beetle's talent made David very confident. He had originally wanted to get a spaceship and use it to go to the planet of origin. David had made up his mind. He had to get rid of Admiral Longfellow. For this, he was prepared to do his best. The planet of origin was very difficult to enter, but if David did not use a spaceship and instead flew with the exoskeleton armor, it would be almost impossible to find him. As for what would happen after he reached the planet of origin, David was prepared to act according to the circumstances. What he was going to do this time was very risky. It was not as risky as assassinating Admiral Lewis, but he had to do it because Admiral Longfellow had crossed his bottom line. If he allowed Admiral Longfellow to live, his family would be in constant danger. David left the sonic steel beetle's internal space, and his horse was teleported out. The sonic steel beetle and the horse were both summoned back into the Shadow Attendant's summoning ring. David hovered in space and looked at the giant portal in the distance. Next, he had to think of a way to go through the portal. He had to wait for a while. The exoskeleton armor's environment integration system activated, and his body disappeared from space. He did not have to wait for long. Although the portal was not very busy, there were still spaceships passing through it from time to time. A commercial spaceship left at the speed of light and continued towards the portal. David drove the exoskeleton armor and flew towards the commercial spaceship. The commercial spaceship was decelerating because it had to slow down to a standstill before going through the portal. This allowed David to easily approach the commercial spaceship. His body was pressed tightly against the bottom of the spaceship. The Shadow Attendant went through the outer shell of the commercial spaceship and entered the cockpit of the spaceship. The crew in the cockpit were very relaxed. The area around the portal was very safe. Because they would be moving at the slowest speed for the next half an hour, the crew could relax. No one noticed that among the many operating screens in the cockpit, there was a screen that automatically flashed without anyone controlling it. David divided his attention into the Shadow Attendant's body. Using the Master of Electronic Countermeasures, he easily took over the highest authority of the commercial spaceship. Finally, I found a spaceship going in the same direction. When David found the destination of the commercial spaceship, he could not help but feel relieved. David then used the shadow attendant to open a door below the commercial spaceship. He walked in. He took out a bracelet and turned on the identity bracelet. He then made the identity bracelet public. At the same time, the shadow attendant entered the fake identity bracelet into the crew information of the commercial spaceship. David's identity became one of the crew members, and he became a legal member of the crew to pass through the portal. No crew members on the commercial spaceship knew that there was a legal crew member on their spaceship. The commercial spaceship slowly moved towards the portal. When it passed through the portal scanned everyone's identity and verified them one by one. There were no accidents. The commercial spaceship passed through the portal. When it came out again, it was already in a distant area. David silently left the commercial spaceship. The shadow attendant also cleaned up the traces he left behind. Not long after, the sonic iron beetle began its space journey again. When David saw the familiar planet of origin, he had only been in space for 8 days. Using the sonic iron beetle to travel in space was 3 times faster than using the spaceship to fly at the speed of light. Originally, it would have taken more than 20 days, but it only took 8 days. Of course, if he had used the sonic iron beetle alone, 8 days was a very short distance for the entire Interstellar Federation. Most of the distance was saved by using the portal. Chapter 583. David used the flying ability of the golden exoskeleton armor to fly slowly in space. Although the speed of the golden exoskeleton armor was extremely fast, it was still slow compared to the vastness of space. Fortunately, he put away the sonic iron beetle not too far away from planet of origin. This place was not within the scanning range of planet of origin, and he could not be sure if he went further. David saw the red sun planet and planet number 1. He did not expect to return under such circumstances. The environment integration system of the golden exoskeleton armor made him invisible in space. In fact, even if he did not use the environment integration system, no one would be able to discover him. David, who was flying in space, was too small a target. He was so small that even if he was discovered by the scanning device, he would only be treated as space trash or a meteorite. David's plan was to let planet of origin treat him as a meteorite. Before he entered the scanning range of planet of origin, he had already calculated his route. This was all calculated with the help of the auxiliary artificial intelligence system in the golden exoskeleton armor. After entering the scanning range of planet of origin, his speed would be maintained at a stable value, and even his direction would not change. This way, even if he was discovered by the scanning device, he would only be treated as a normal meteorite and not a stowaway. David did not dare to take the defense system of planet of origin lightly. As the most important planet in the entire Interstellar Federation, the surrounding satellites alone had the function of security and defense, not to mention the many technologies he did not know about. Therefore, he had made many preparations and was determined to complete this mission. When David flew into planet of origin's atmosphere, he entered the atmosphere at a very strange position. This position happened to be the farthest from all the satellites, which made the chances of him being discovered extremely low. After entering the atmosphere, flames ignited around his body due to the rapid friction. The hot flames did not spread to the interior of the golden exoskeleton armor, and even the material of the shell did not change at all. This was the most advanced exoskeleton armor of the Interstellar Federation. How could such heat affect it? The whole process of falling lasted for a long time, but David's helmet did not even show a warning message, which showed the strength of the golden exoskeleton armor. In the middle of the Tyre Ocean, a large fireball crashed into the ocean from the sky. As David had not used any brakes or deceleration, he had truly collided with the surface of the sea. Fortunately, his Grade 3 armor had blocked the impact of the collision. In addition, the seawater had also reduced the impact of the collision, so he had not suffered any damage. This was also part of David's plan. If he hit the ground, he would definitely suffer. Although he might not die on the spot, his exoskeleton armor would be damaged, and he would be severely injured. In the ocean, David looked at the map on his faceplate and his current position. His position was just as he had planned. He needed to move 1,400 kilometers in the direction of land. That was where his target, the Federal High Command, was located. David did not dare fly on the planet of origin. Even if he was moving in the water, he had to be careful not to be discovered. Instead of floating up, he dove down. The jet holes on his body spewed out energy and pushed him to the bottom of the sea. After reaching the bottom of the sea, he stuck close to the bottom of the sea and moved toward his target 1,400 kilometers away. In an office of the Federal High Command on the planet of origin, Admiral Longfellow looked at the report on the screen with a gloomy face. He had long known about the defeat of his elite fleet, but he wasn't too angry about it. With his status, it wasn't difficult for him to rebuild an elite fleet. The reason Admiral Longfellow was angry was because of the report in front of him. The report was an investigation of the continuous killing of the family members of his intelligence organization. At first, this matter did not attract attention, but as time went by, the families of dozens of members of Admiral Longfellow's military intelligence organization were killed. This was obviously a revenge operation. Soon, there were people who investigated this matter and came up with this report. The report listed that all the intelligence personnel whose family members were killed were also dead. These intelligence personnel all died while carrying out an operation arranged by Madame Meredith. The report included the details of the operation. It was an assassination operation. The target of the assassination was David's father, Hans, and his family members. It was also found that the family members of the Transcendent who were killed in the assassination operation were also assassinated. This included the 12 Kaji who participated in the operation, as well as the members in charge of intelligence support. Their families were all killed one by one. "Have someone call Madame Meredith here," Admiral Longfellow ordered in a deep voice. After giving the order, Admiral Longfellow felt helpless. This kind of action was simply forcing the other party into a dead end. Although some operations would involve family members, those were either because the other party was weak and not a threat at all, or because they were already dead and no longer a threat. Attacking the family of a powerhouse was simply forcing the powerhouse to fight to the death. General Longfellow then opened up David's report and looked at the shocking records on it. Only 3 years had passed since David left Monolith. However, in these 3 years, there was evidence that David had killed more than 100,000 people. The number of people who were suspected of being the cause of David's death was in the hundreds of thousands. It could be said that David was a madman. As long as someone wanted to kill him, he would not rest until the other party was dead. The most frightening thing was that David was still very weak at the time. Many times, he had made enemies with people many times more powerful than him. He had won every time, and with each victory, his strength had grown rapidly. The military intelligence agency's assessment of David was that he was extremely dangerous. However, due to the lack of evidence, they could not do anything to David. "Father!" Madame Meredith walked in, greeted him, and sat down on the sofa at the side. "Stand up and speak," Admiral Longfellow said in a deep voice. Madame Meredith hurriedly stood up and looked at Admiral Longfellow in confusion. Recently, due to Madame Meredith's help, Admiral Longfellow's power had grown. Madame Meredith was also freer in front of Admiral Longfellow. That was why Madame Meredith sat down as soon as she came in. On one hand, it was for the sake of father and daughter, and on the other, it was for the sake of benefits. "You used the authority I gave you to assassinate Hans?" Admiral Longfellow asked in a deep voice. "Hans?" Madame Meredith was stunned. She tried to recall who that was. In truth, if Hans wasn't David's father, she wouldn't have remembered him at all. Yes, but it was a mistake. I didn't expect the transcendent of Monolith to come so quickly, Madame Meredith said without feeling that anything was wrong. In her opinion, the loss of a few people was nothing. It was a pity that the transcendent had died. Every transcendent was valuable. Do you know that the families of all the people who participated in that operation were all assassinated? Admiral Longfellow said heavily. Who would have the guts to do something like that? Madame Meredith was shocked. Do you really think the Federation is the military's world? Or are you already the president of the Federation? Admiral Longfellow said to Madame Meredith disappointedly. This kind of assassination was impossible to investigate because it was done by professional killers. These killers were paid to do their jobs. Even if they were caught, what could they do? Isn't it just a nation night? It's not like we didn't succeed. So what if we did? Madame Meredith didn't dare to refute Admiral Longfellow. Tell that kid of yours to come back quickly. Tell your brother to come back too. After I deal with David, you can leave planet Origin. Admiral Longfellow decided with a wave of his hand. David was too vengeful. Now that his family had been provoked, Admiral Longfellow could imagine that David would seek revenge. As for David coming to planet Origin for revenge, that was impossible. Not to mention how difficult it was to enter planet Origin. Even if he did, it would be impossible for him to kill someone in the military. David didn't know that Admiral Longfellow had called back all his family members. After 2 days of traveling, he finally arrived at the bottom of the sea near the target area. He was frowning as he looked at the energy net in front of him. This energy net separated the inside and outside of the sea. He would be discovered as soon as he came into contact with the energy net. This kind of energy net was usually used to isolate military zones. Needless to say, the inside of the net was a military zone. David tried to activate underground sneak, wanting to enter through the ground. His body sank into the sand at the bottom of the sea, but he found that even after 10 meters, he was still covered by the energy net. The technology of this energy net was very advanced, more advanced than any he had seen before. David returned to the sea from underground, thinking about how to get through the energy net. He called the shadow attendant to his side and had the shadow attendant activate the attribute interface. He looked at the various talents on the attribute interface. When he saw space dash, David's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps other talents wouldn't help him enter the energy net, but space dash seemed to be feasible. He channeled the spatial energy into his body from the transcendent stiletto on his calf and activated space dash. Even at the bottom of the sea, space dash allowed him to successfully move 10 meters forward in an instant. Looking at the energy net behind him, David's face had a hint of pride. Don't underestimate this energy net. It was because he knew how powerful it was that he paid so much attention to it. The energy net was not offensive, but it would scan everything that entered in detail to determine the level of danger. For example, if David came into contact with the energy net, he would be immediately detected by the security system, and then his location would be known. It was just that David didn't expect this energy net to appear at the bottom of the sea. The energy net he had seen before didn't have this function. This was also the reason why he chose to enter from the bottom of the sea. He thought this would be a gap. Fortunately, David's ability was comprehensive enough to enter so smoothly. The sea was getting shallower and shallower. Through the shadow attendant, he saw a bathing area in front of him. Some men and women were enjoying the sun by the sea. The scene in front of him stunned David. He didn't expect this to be the situation in the military zone. Because he didn't have the internal information of the Federal High Command. He knew nothing about the Federal High Command. However, David soon understood that this should be part of the living area, not the real Federal High Command. On the map, the Federal High Command occupied a very large area. David thought that there would be some large military facilities here, but now he thought that it should be because of the living area. The shadow attendant began to observe the surrounding situation again. There was an energy net in the sky that completely covered the entire area. This energy net formed a completely sealed area. On some nodes of the energy net, there were some monitoring devices that constantly scanned the ground. On the surface, there were no weapons, but David didn't think that there was no defense here. David recalled the shadow attendant and let the shadow attendant enter the ground under his feet. He wanted to see the situation underground. The shadow attendant went down 100 meters and didn't find anything unusual. David couldn't help but want to pat his head. He treated all the cities as war zones, and the ground was completely made of alloy. It was probably only in war zones that the ground made of alloy was used. It wasn't because it was beautiful, but because it had to be done in order to survive. For the residents of Planet of Origin, everything was about enjoyment. Why would they use cold alloy? Besides, the security system here was so powerful that there was no need to use alloy. David activated Underground Sneak. His body entered the ground and then moved quickly toward the land. After passing through the beach, there was a grassland. He didn't know what kind of grass there was, but after careful pruning, every blade of grass was the same height and showed a dark green color. It made people feel peaceful. David carefully observed the existence of the security system through the shadow attendant, but it seemed that this was really a living area. Other than the monitoring devices in the sky, there was no other security system. To maintain a natural atmosphere, the ground was almost all mud except for some road. Of course, he still had to be careful of the underground pipe. With the shadow attendant scouting around him, he made way for the pipe. Now, he just wanted to find a terminal. Without a detailed map of the Federal High Command, he was running around like a headless fly. To find a terminal, he naturally had to find a building. He moved a little slowly underground, and every minute he moved, he had to rest for 5 minutes. This affected his speed even more. Finally, he left the beach area and saw a row of houses. Each house here was built as a high-end villa. David didn't know the value of a villa on Planet of Origin, but he could imagine that to be able to own a villa on the beach of Planet of Origin was definitely not something an ordinary officer could do. Chapter 584. David ran into trouble as he approached the villa. The underground pipes were dense, and the villa was built with a large number of man-made objects as the foundation. This made it so that he couldn't go any further than 50 meters away from the villa. However, this distance was enough for the shadow attendant to enter the villa and check it out. A trace of his mind entered the shadow attendant's body, and the shadow attendant entered the villa closest to him. There was no sound outside the villa. When the shadow attendant entered the villa's hall, he saw dozens of young people having a party. The decoration in the hall was extremely luxurious. The 4 walls showed dynamic images of the forest, and the lights were alternating between dim and flickering. From the top of the hall, there was a spray of water mist. The young people were laughing and shouting crazily. There was a theme party in the villa. David had heard of this kind of party before, but he had never had the time to attend it. He didn't care about the young people. Instead, he controlled the shadow attendant to go through the wall and look for the target. Finally, the shadow attendant came to a study. The optical computer in the study was not turned off. The light screen was slightly dim, and it was in standby mode. The shadow attendant came to the light screen and tapped it lightly. The light screen immediately returned to normal. Fortunately, there was no one else here, so he didn't have to worry about being found out. Because the optical computer was not turned off, the shadow attendant logged in and found that he was an identity with high authority called Berkeley. Although he didn't know Berkeley's identity, David didn't need to use the Master of Electronic Countermeasures ability to get a map of the interior of the Federal High Command. This map of the interior of the Federal High Command might be highly confidential to outsiders, but to the people living there, it was naturally very common information. David saw that the real Federal High Command, marked on the map, was in the center of the entire area. It was still 20 kilometers away from the Federal High Command. The place he was at was a seaside leisure area, where the families of high-ranking military officials lived. David's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Admiral Longfellow's villa was also here? However, he soon realized that he was thinking too much. The high-ranking officials here didn't include the top 10. The 10 or so high-ranking officials all lived in the core of the Federal High Command. They would not live together with the other high-ranking officials. David used Berkeley's authority to log into the villa's security system and set the identity bracelet he forged as an identity with authority. After that, the shadow attendant took out his ID bracelet from his space ring and connected it to the optical computer. After that, he downloaded the Federal High Command's map. The shadow attendant put away his bracelet and retreated. When he returned to the hall, he saw a beam of light shining on a young man. David could tell what the young man was saying from the shape of his mouth. "Everyone, today's gathering is to welcome Luke. Luke, tell me, did you succeed in wooing Emma?" the young man asked a gloomy young man beside him. Through the shadow attendant, David saw the young man say Emma's name and suddenly stopped the shadow attendant from leaving. He didn't know if the Emma the young man was talking about was the Queen of Heaven Emma, but since he mentioned it, he wanted to know the result. "Luke, tell me, did you woo the Queen of Heaven Emma?" someone echoed the young man after he finished speaking. These young people were naturally the most interested in this kind of thing. They all knew that Luke left the planet of origin for Emma for a few months to follow behind Emma so that he could launch a strong pursuit. "Berkeley, stop talking about Emma." Luke's expression was not very good as he said in a low voice. "Luke, you failed, didn't you?" someone on the side jeered. "Okay, since Luke doesn't want to talk about it, then forget it. Everyone, continue to be happy." Berkeley didn't want to make Luke unhappy and waved his hand. He patted Luke's arm and said, "Sorry, I didn't know about this." In fact, Berkeley had good intentions. Luke's father had just died, and Luke had been outside and hadn't returned. After returning, he held this gathering to let Luke relax. Although Luke's father had died, his grandfather had been more powerful recently, so Berkeley still wanted to be on good terms with him. Berkeley and Luke didn't know that the shadow attendant had come to their side. After David confirmed that Emma was the Emma he knew, he wanted to know more about this Luke. He had a feeling that this Luke seemed to be connected to him. It was a spiritual connection, although there was no concrete evidence. Berkeley and Luke came to the side and sat down, waving for 2 bottles of red wine. "Luke, you're not going out for a while this time, right?" Berkeley asked with a smile. "Should be. I was called back by my mother. She said that someone might attack me. Before I get rid of that person, I can't leave. It's not just me. Even Angus is back." Luke drank the red wine in his glass. He also wanted to find someone to talk to. Berkeley was his good friend, so he naturally didn't have any scruples. "Heavens, although something happened to your father, with Admiral Longfellow's position here, who would dare to touch you?" Berkeley was obviously shocked and said in a shocked voice. David, who was outside the villa, heard General Longfellow's name and immediately understood Luke's identity. He didn't know who Angus was, but no matter what, he decided to lock on to Luke. "It's a madman." Luke didn't want to say David's name. On the one hand, David was now known as the Federation War God. On the other hand, the feud between his family and David was because of him, so he didn't want to mention it. After that, the conversation between the two didn't concern David, but he didn't leave. He stayed underground outside the villa. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that the party in the villa finally came to an end. Dozens of top-brand hover cars flew in from all over the place. They were all here to pick up their respective owners. The shadow attendant followed behind Luke. David wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Since he had found General Longfellow's family, he naturally had to follow. Luke had drunk a lot and was a little wobbly as he walked. Berkeley personally walked him out. A hover car stopped beside Luke. Berkeley helped Luke onto the hover car. The hover car was 50 centimeters above the ground and was about to leave. At that moment, the shadow attendant entered the hover car and quickly operated it. The hover car was in automatic mode. David had the Master of Electronic Countermeasures ability. Under the premise of the shadow attendant's direct operation, the hover car's authority was settled in 2 seconds. Before the hover car left, it circled above David. After that, David was already below the hover car. After the hover car picked up David, it operated according to the automatic program and automatically returned to Luke's home. With the cover of the hover car, they were not scanned in the residential area. Living in this area, being constantly monitored by the surveillance equipment was the limit of what the residents of the residential area could endure. No one wanted to be constantly scanned in their daily lives. After 10 minutes of flying close to the ground, the hover car arrived in front of a particularly large villa. Luke wobbled out of the hover car, which automatically drove to the garage. David had already left the hover car outside the villa. He didn't dare to enter the villa like this. Without the villa's security system, he would definitely be discovered. If he were to act rashly and alert the enemy, even if he killed Luke, it would only make General Longfellow feel bad for a while. After that, General Longfellow would probably launch an even crazier revenge. On this point, David had the same considerations as General Longfellow. His mentality was completely different from Lady Meredith's. Truth be told, even the residential area's security was extremely tight. Only David could move about freely here. If it were anyone else without an identity, they would definitely be discovered the moment they appeared. Apart from the interior of the building, everywhere else was monitored from above. Anyone who appeared would have their identity verified. David had the underground stealth ability, which allowed him to travel underground without being discovered. Now that David was in trouble again, how was he going to enter the villa? The villa was rather large. David used the underground stealth ability to circle around the villa once before he finally found a photon computer within the shadow attendant's range of activity. This time, he wasn't as lucky as before. The photon computer didn't have an identity, and the shadow attendant had to operate it for 5 hours before he finally gained access. The level of the security system here was extremely high. It was a high-level military security system, and it was even connected to the security system of the Federal High Command. David had come into contact with many military security systems in the military. This was related to the fact that he was a master of electronic countermeasures. He was also the captain of Planet Bedalia's defense force, so he had a grasp of the defense force's security system and had the possibility to do more in-depth research. The most important thing for a master of electronic countermeasures was their vision. When one's technology reached this level, there wasn't much of a difference. The main difference was in the number of programs they had come into contact with. The villa's high-level military security system came from the same source as the Defense Force's security system. The reason David had spent 5 hours was because he had used the photon computer to secretly gain access to the villa under the surveillance of the Federal High Command's security system without being discovered. The biggest difference between David and other masters of electronic countermeasures was that while other masters of electronic countermeasures needed to remotely break through the defense of the security system, David used the photon computer inside the security system to operate from the inside. This lowered the difficulty by a lot and made it harder for him to be discovered. The garage door opened again. The hover car came out of the garage and circled outside. David also got on the hover car at this time. Only this time, he sat directly inside the hover car and didn't hang below it. The hover car carried David into the garage. He no longer had to worry about the surveillance equipment above his head. Just like his own home, he walked out of the garage and followed the corridor to the hall. Long before he entered the hall, the shadow attendant had already entered the hall to observe. At this time, it was already late at night. Everyone in the villa was asleep, so David was so relaxed. When he entered the hall, he was immediately attracted by a few moving pictures on the wall. There was a picture of General Ross, who was poisoned to death by him. There was a beautiful young woman standing next to General Ross. There was a small line of words below, in commemoration of their 10th wedding anniversary. Needless to say, this woman was General Ross' wife. In another picture, the young woman was together with General Longfellow. Below it was written, "A father and daughter reunion." Together with the rest of the pictures, David finally understood General Longfellow's family relationship. General Longfellow's family relationship shouldn't be considered a secret among the upper echelons of the Federation. But to David it was a secret that he didn't know. Even if he had the Kerr intelligence organization, because his level was too low, he didn't know about the upper echelons of the Federation. General Longfellow had a son and a daughter. The son was Major General Angus. David eavesdropped at a party at Berkeley's house and learned that Major General Angus had returned home. The home's security system indicated that Major General Angus was in the villa. The daughter was Madame Meredith, General Ross' wife. Luke was Madame Meredith's son, and General Ross was his father. In other words, David had a feud with him for killing his father. David's lips curled into a smile. He had entered General Longfellow's home. However, this home wasn't General Longfellow's daily residence. Instead, it was where his children lived. As the Federation's deputy commander, General Longfellow's residence had strict security check. It wasn't convenient in any way, which was why his family lived here. Although David was wearing a golden exoskeleton armor, he activated the environment integration system and used silent stealth. He didn't make any sound as he walked, nor did he reveal himself. He was like a ghost, walking around the villa and observing the environment. David found Luke's room. At this time, Luke had already passed out from drinking. The shadow attendant entered Luke's room and found that it was a man's room. According to the Major General's uniform hanging in the room, it was obvious that this was the room of the Major General named Angus. In the room, David saw an exoskeleton armor loading box through the shadow attendant's eyes. This Major General Angus was also a Kaji. He didn't disturb Major General Angus. Instead, he saw Madame Meredith in the master bedroom. Madame Meredith was still awake and talking to someone through a video call. David didn't pay attention to the content of the conversation. This Madame Meredith actually had a lover. At this time, she was saying things that made David feel disgusted. David finally went to the guest room on the lower floor. He removed the golden exoskeleton armor and rested in the room. The shadow attendant stood guard at the door of the guest room. David didn't have a good rest for the next few days. Lying on the soft bed, he quickly fell asleep. Madame Meredith, who was in the villa, would never have dreamed that her enemy was sleeping in her guest room. Chapter 585. At 6:00 in the morning, David arrived at the underground training room. It was like he was in his own home. After an hour of training, he took a bath in the guest room. The nanny robot delivered breakfast. David didn't leave the guest room and ate his breakfast in the room. The security system here had long treated him as a part of the villa, so not only did it allow him to stay in the villa, it also provided him with the best service. David had checked the security system's logs yesterday and knew that General Longfellow would sometimes come over on the weekend. There were still 2 days before the weekend, so he decided to go check on the Federal High Command first before making any plans. He didn't have any plans for this trip, so he had to act according to the situation. Waiting for General Longfellow in the villa was actually the safest option, but according to the villa's security logs, General Longfellow didn't come over every weekend, so he couldn't place all his hopes on the unknown. After David finished his meal, the nanny robot came over to put away the utensils. He went to the mirror and carefully looked at his face. The face shown in the mirror wasn't David's original face. His face had undergone a simple disguise. This was an ability he found in the shadow attendant's many knowledge orbs that he thought were useless. Makeup, 70% proficiency. This ability didn't seem to have any effect on David, but it was now useful to him. Although there were still some flaws with his professional level makeup ability, it was enough to hide his original face. His face was the same as the face of the owner of his fake identity bracelet. Of course, his fake identity bracelet would definitely be discovered if he walked around the residential area. David checked his face and didn't find any problems with his disguise. Only then did he open the door and walk out. As he walked out of the guest room, Lady Meredith turned around and walked towards the dining room. Her body blocked the view of Luke and Angus, and he walked through the living room. There were many hover cars in the garage. He chose one and got in. The hover cars here were all privileged cars. Although General Longfellow was dead, the owner of these hover cars, Lady Meredith, was still General Longfellow's daughter. Her status was still incomparably noble. Therefore, the hover cars here would not be subject to any inspection and could move freely in the residential area. The garage door opened and the hover car drove out of the garage. At the same time, the robot nanny served them drinks, perfectly blocking the view of the people in the restaurant. David sat in the hover car. He didn't have to worry about the surveillance in the sky. As long as he didn't expose himself to the surveillance cameras, they wouldn't check his identity. The morning was very leisurely in the residential area. David did not speed up the hover car. He was completely immersed in the atmosphere and did not attract any attention. After about half an hour of travel, the hover car approached the core area. From afar, he could see the alloy wall that was about 20 meters tall. There were also some automatic defense weapons on the wall. David had the shadow attendant fly 100 meters into the air and look down at the core area. The first thing he saw was the alloy floor and the fortress-like peripheral facilities. He could even sense some powerful auras, which were transcendent existences. Because there were too many auras, David couldn't be sure how many transcendent there were. However, he was certain that there were more than 30 transcendent. David drove the hover car around the alloy wall for a while, and then he gave up on the idea of entering the core area. Even if he wanted to snipe from afar, the wall was too tall. Within a range of at least 10 kilometers, there was not a single building that could be taller than the wall. The sky here was very clear. Not a single hover car was flying above an altitude of 50 centimeters. For example, David's hover car was locked at an altitude of 50 centimeters. He didn't even want to drive the hover car close to the alloy wall. The moment he tried, the hover car would warn him not to go any closer. David let out a long sigh of relief. He was not disappointed. This was what he had guessed. Not to mention the many scanning and self-defense devices in the core area, the fact that there were more than 30 powerful transcendent existences made him give up on the idea of sneaking in. Of course, this was under the condition that he had a backup plan. If there was really no other way, he would have forced his way in through the ground. However, that would have been much more risky. There would definitely be many detection devices underground. His spatial dash ability could only be used once every 6 hours. Once faced with a large number of detection devices, it would be useless. David drove the hover car back. He casually turned on the villa's surveillance camera and looked at the situation inside. Luke looked like someone who couldn't stay still. He had long gone off to play. Madame Meredith was also not home. The only person left in the house was Major General Angus. Major General Angus was practicing in the practice room. When David saw his image, his heart skipped a beat. David drove the hover car into the garage. From the garage, he returned to the living room and went straight to the practice room. Major General Angus was holding a black ironwood heavy axe in his hand. He was swinging it in the air. Through the shadow attendant, David could tell that this was an extremely advanced set of heavy axe technique. Considering Major General Angus' status, as the son of General Longfellow, the resources he had access to were naturally different from others. Naturally, he would be learning the most advanced techniques. Major General Angus' heavy axe mastery was close to the master rank. However, this final step was not something that could be achieved by piling up resources. It required one's own talent and a considerable amount of luck. Seeing how many Transcendent had not been able to reach the master rank in weapon mastery, one could tell that it was not easy to reach the master rank. Major General Angus, like David, was also a peak Kaji. According to David's observations, he would be able to break through after a while. However, Major General Angus was a bit old. Although he looked to be in his 30s, David had seen the information in the villa. He was already in his 50s. Although it was still possible to become a Transcendent in his 50s, even if he did become a Transcendent, he would not have much potential. David thought as he walked into the practice room. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Major General Angus saw David walk in. At first, he was stunned, then he shouted loudly. On one hand, Major General Angus' shout was to deter David. On the other hand, it was to let the security system know the situation here and send out an alarm in time. At this time, David was not wearing his exoskeleton armor, nor was he holding a weapon. He walked step by step towards Major General Angus like an ordinary person. However, Major General Angus did not dare to treat David as an ordinary person. To be able to enter the villa without the security system sending out an alarm, he was definitely not an ordinary person. "I have a little conflict with General Longfellow. I came here to ask Major General Angus for a small favor," David said with a smile. Major General Angus narrowed his eyes. Although he was not wearing armor, David was also not wearing armor. He had a black ironwood practice axe in his hand. Although it was not a real weapon, the black ironwood practice axe could still cause serious damage to an unarmored body. Another reason why Major General Angus dared to resist was that David was not a Transcendent. After entering the practice room, David did not hide his aura. The aura of a peak Kaji was very familiar to Major General Angus. "So you are father's enemy. It is not easy for you to find this place, but you are too arrogant." After Major General Angus finished speaking, he took a long breath and raised the black ironwood practice axe high with both hands. "It seems that I have to beat you into submission," David said with a playful smile on his face. Major General Angus did not speak again. He took a step forward with his left foot and chopped down towards David's head with the black ironwood practice axe in his hand. David's bare-handed combat was at the master level, and he was also a Grandmaster heavy axe. In his eyes, this axe of Major General Angus was full of flaws. When Major General Angus was halfway through his heavy chop, he reached out with his right hand and grabbed onto the right arm of Major General Angus. Then, following the momentum of Major General Angus's force, with just a slight tug, he made Major General Angus's body somersault in his hand and fall heavily to the ground. "Major General Angus, your heavy axe mastery is really too weak. Do you lack practice?" David said with a tone full of sarcasm. Major General Angus, who fell to the ground, did not feel much pain. This kind of heavy fall was nothing to a peak Kaji, but the humiliation was more unbearable than the pain. He stood up and rushed towards David with a roar. The black ironwood practice axe in his hand chopped down again. This time, he used a diagonal chop. Although it was not as powerful as the heavy chop, it was faster. David still stood in the same place. When Major General Angus's axe chopped down, he reached out with his right hand and grabbed the opponent's right arm. After that, Major General Angus was sent flying again. Major General Angus's eyes were red. His aptitude was not good, but he did not give up like other people with poor aptitude. Instead, through continuous hard practice, his heavy axe mastery was now very rare in the military, except for those heavy axe masters. But today, he could not even defeat an unarmed person. If the opponent was a transcendent, it would be fine, but the opponent was a peak Kaji like him. This instantly shattered the little bit of pride in his heart. Major General Angus knew that the opponent must be a genius. He had a bone-deep hatred for geniuses. Why could those geniuses succeed so easily? He had a large amount of resources, but he still could not become a transcendent in his 50s. He could not even reach the heavy axe mastery level. Major General Angus's charge was sent flying again by a casual swing of David's hand. He climbed up and charged again, but was sent flying again by David. After more than 10 times, Major General Angus's eyes became dull. He began to doubt himself and wonder why things were like this. He was an idiot. Even though he had a weapon in his hand, he could not defeat the empty-handed David. David saw that Major General Angus had lost his previous sharpness. He walked over to the fallen Major General Angus and kicked away the black ironwood training axe in his hand. Major General Angus raised his head and saw a hand pressing down on his head. David then used his mental power to draw a bewitching pattern and sent it into the Major General Angus's soul. The reason why David spent so much time to destroy Major General Angus's confidence was that Major General Angus's spirit was not weak. Perhaps because he had taken a lot of mental power enhancing treasures, his mental power was much stronger than normal people's. To be safe, David first beat the Major General Angus into submission so that his mental power would be at its weakest. Of course, another reason was that David had all the time in the world. Beating up General Longfellow's son was also a way to vent his anger. As the bewitching pattern entered the Major General Angus's soul, his eyes became dull. David took out a grade 3 stiletto and used his poison ability to add a grade 4 poison to it. He then took out a paralyzing film and carefully added a layer of paralyzing film on the surface of the grade 3 stiletto. This could isolate the grade 4 poison. He put the grade 3 stiletto and the leather case in the Major General Angus's arms before returning to the guest room. David sat on the bed in the guest room and used his mental power to control the Major General Angus, who was in the practice room. The Major General Angus stood up in a daze and walked out of the practice room. When he came to the living room, he fell to the ground. The villa's security system automatically sent an alert to the owner, Madame Meredith. Madame Meredith, who was in the Federal High Command, heard the news and immediately rushed back. "Doctor, how is the Major General Angus?" Madame Meredith asked the doctor. The Major General Angus was lying on the bed. His face was pale and his breathing was rapid. He had not yet woken up. This made Madame Meredith very worried. Nothing like this had ever happened to the Major General Angus before. "Madame Meredith, the Major General Angus's body is fine. It's just that he overtrained and his muscles are lacking in nutrients." The doctor carefully worded his words. "But why hasn't he woken up yet?" Madame Meredith couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief when she heard that the Major General Angus was fine. "That's what I wanted to say. His situation is a bit complicated. His body is fine, but his mental waves are a bit strange. Has he been stimulated recently?" The doctor explained and asked again. Madame Meredith shook her head. The Major General Angus had just returned. How would she know anything about the Major General Angus? "Doctor, how long will it take for the Major General Angus to wake up?" Madame Meredith asked. "Madame Meredith, according to my examination just now, the Major General Angus himself doesn't want to wake up." The doctor really didn't want to give this conclusion, but it was the only one he could guess. Chapter 586. With the medical standards of the Interstellar Federation, 99% of diseases could be easily suppressed, but there were only a small number of diseases that they still couldn't do anything about. Mental illness was one of them, and it was also the most difficult to deal with. The human mind was too unpredictable, and everyone's was different. The doctor's examination only found that there was something wrong with Angus' mental state, which further strengthened his judgment. For a patient like Angus, the doctor wouldn't jump to conclusions if he wasn't sure. Madame Meredith was very clear about this. "Doctor, please stay. I need to report this to my father," Madame Meredith said to the doctor in a low voice. The doctor naturally wouldn't refuse. He nodded and retreated outside the door. "Father, Angus suddenly fainted at home. The doctor came over and said that there's something wrong with his mental state." Madame Meredith connected to Admiral Longfellow's communicator and didn't bother with small talk. "What?" General Longfellow was shocked. Although Angus wasn't outstanding in terms of cultivation, his growth in the military was extremely good. The fact that he was only a major general was the result of Admiral Longfellow's intentional suppression. General Longfellow wanted to ensure that every step of Angus's growth was steady and steady. Only then would he be able to inherit his authority. Now that he heard that something had happened to Angus, he was naturally shocked. "I'll be right back," Admiral Longfellow said without hesitation. His heart was filled with anxiety. However, just as he was about to leave, he frowned and waved his hand at his adjutant. When Admiral Longfellow left the Corps area in a hover car, there were 2 hover cars in front and behind him. Inside these hover cars sat 4 powerful transcendent officers. Admiral Longfellow had always been very careful. Although he knew that David wouldn't be able to enter the Federal High Command, he still made sure to be as safe as possible. Admiral Longfellow's hover cars flew at a distance of 50 meters. This was his privilege, so they were extremely fast. In just a few minutes, they had arrived in front of the villa. David, who was in the guest room, saw a row of eye-catching hover cars through the shadow attendant. He couldn't help but smile. "The prey is finally out of the cage," he said softly. David didn't know if Langfelder would come because of his son's coma, but he wanted to take a gamble, and it turned out that he had made the right bet. He put on the golden exoskeleton armor and carried the Grade 4 decelerating heavy sword on his back. Then, he completely concealed his aura. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, David saw General Longfellow hurriedly jump down from the hover car in the middle of the hall. However, 2 transcendent agents were even faster than him and entered the hall before him. The other 2 transcendent soldiers stood behind General Longfellow and carefully observed their surroundings. Longfellow strode into the hall and immediately saw Lady Meredith waiting there. "Where's Angus?" Longfellow asked as soon as he entered. "In his room, the doctor is watching," Lady Meredith replied, pointing to the room on the 2nd floor. General Longfellow strode up to the room on the 2nd floor. The 2 transcendent agents were even faster. One on the left and one on the right, guarding General Longfellow. The other 2 transcendent agents stood in the middle of the hall to prevent anyone from outside from entering. Lady Meredith used her bracelet to send a message to Luke. She had already urged Luke to return immediately, but General Longfellow had already arrived and Luke still hadn't returned. If Luke didn't return immediately, it was very likely that he would leave a bad impression on General Longfellow and affect his future prospects. As a mother, Lady Meredith didn't want to see that happen. She could only send another sternly worded message. General Longfellow walked into the room and saw the unconscious Major General Angus on the bed. A doctor was examining him at the side. A transcendent walked over and stood beside the doctor. If the doctor showed any signs of abnormality, the transcendent would immediately stop him. "How is he?" General Longfellow asked in a low voice. "His body is fine. I used a Grade 3 recovery potion. General Angus' muscles have returned to normal, but his mind is still fluctuating strangely." The doctor bowed as he replied. General Longfellow's face revealed a vexed expression. The first thing he thought of was how General Angus had been frantically training every day in order to become a transcendent. This could be seen from the amount of resources he had consumed. General Longfellow wondered if he had put too much pressure on General Angus for him to be like this. He stepped forward and sat by the bed, gently touching General Angus' face with his hand. He wanted to soothe the fatigue on his face. Just as General Longfellow reached out, General Angus' eyes suddenly opened. General Longfellow was delighted. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a flash of green light and instinctively retreated. General Longfellow's body dodged, but his arm felt numb. When the Grade 3 military knife in General Angus' hand swept past General Longfellow's arm, the numbing film on its surface disappeared, revealing a Grade 4 poison. At that moment, the Transcendent's reaction was seen. The Transcendent who was responsible for protecting General Longfellow's body flashed with a Grade 4 heavy sword and chopped off General Longfellow's injured arm. General Longfellow's face immediately paled, but he didn't care about his arm. Instead, he looked at his son, General Angus. He didn't understand why his son would try to assassinate him. This made him feel as if the world had been thrown into disarray. General Longfellow's arm fell to the ground and was quickly enveloped by the black mist, turning into a puddle of black liquid. "General, hurry and back off. This is a Grade 4 poison." The Transcendent beside him pulled him to the side. Another Transcendent stepped forward and snatched the Grade 3 military knife from General Angus' hand, restraining him with one hand. He had no intention of killing him. No matter what General Angus had done, only General Longfellow had the authority to make the decision. At that moment, Luke walked into the hall on the first floor and saw the two Transcendent. The two Transcendent recognized him and didn't stop him. Madame Meredith had been standing outside General Angus' door the entire time and didn't know what was going on inside. When she saw Luke, she immediately waved for him to come up. When Luke saw that there were two Transcendents present, he knew that General Longfellow had arrived. He hurriedly rushed upstairs. Just as Luke reached the top of the stairs, a little fatty walked out of the guest room. The two Transcendent looked at the little fatty and then at each other, their eyes filled with suspicion. They didn't know that there was someone else in the villa, and a child at that. The little fatty's body didn't have any energy and was just like an ordinary person. Furthermore, he had appeared in the villa and was recognized by the security system. This caused the two Transcendent to let down their guard. The little fatty was naturally the assassin mantis puppet. The assassin mantis puppet walked towards the two Transcendents with a simple and honest expression. Just when the assassin mantis puppet was 10 meters away from the two Transcendents, the assassin mantis puppet moved. Its body was almost impossible to see clearly, and then two purple lights flashed. The two Transcendents still had a confused expression on their faces as they fell to the ground. During the entire process, the two Transcendent didn't even have time to put on their Transcendent armor. In other words, the assassin mantis puppet's attack speed within 10 meters was faster than the two Transcendents' thoughts, resulting in such an outcome. David also walked out of the guest room. He had the villa's security system turn on signal isolation, so no signal in the villa would be transmitted outside. This was also why the security system here was so advanced. It had far more functions than normal security systems. The shadow attendant flew over first and absorbed the souls of the two Transcendent. David and the assassin mantis puppet both jumped from the living room to the corridor on the second floor. Ah! Madame Meredith couldn't help but let out an instinctive scream when she saw the two people suddenly appear. David reached out and grabbed Madame Meredith and Luke in his left and right hands, then walked into Major General Angus's room with the assassin mantis puppet. As soon as they entered the room, David saw General Longfellow, whose face was pale because of the loss of his arm. For someone like General Longfellow, losing an arm wasn't a big deal. He only needed to use a high-grade medicine to recover it. "Seems like everything was arranged by you. War God of the Federation, David. General Longfellow saw David in his golden exoskeleton armor and immediately understood the reason for everything. I had no choice. It really wasn't easy to see you, General Longfellow. David smiled as he removed his visor and wiped off his disguise. David, you didn't think that a fourth-grade poison wouldn't kill me, did you? General Longfellow said to David as he made a secret gesture to the two transcendent. Fourth-grade poison. You really did kill Roth. Madame Meredith, who was still in David's grasp, cried out in shock. Noisy, David said as he threw Madame Meredith towards General Longfellow. Madame Meredith's body flew towards General Longfellow. General Longfellow's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He made a gesture, and the transcendent beside him didn't hesitate. His body was instantly covered by the transcendent armor, and he struck out with his palm. As soon as Madame Meredith's body flew over, she was hit by the transcendent's palm. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from Madame Meredith's body. The reason the transcendent did this was because they were worried that David would use this opportunity to make a move. For transcendent had come. For David to appear here, the two transcendent in the hall must have been killed. The two transcendent could only do their best to protect General Longfellow. They didn't care about anything else. However, David didn't use this opportunity to make a move. He only watched as Madame Meredith was sent flying, his face full of ridicule. General Longfellow, you actually sent someone to attack my father because of our conflict. I had no choice but to come and find you. David's face was smiling, but his voice was cold. Madame Meredith fell to the ground. She was only a normal person. How could she withstand the power struggle between David and the transcendent? Before her life left her body, she heard David's words. Only then did Madame Meredith understand why David had appeared here. 2 tears of regret flowed out, and then her life force disappeared. At that moment, Major General Angus jumped up from the bed and rushed towards General Longfellow. This attack was more like suicide. With 2 transcendent present, Major General Angus, who wasn't even wearing exoskeleton armor, couldn't even touch the corner of General Longfellow's clothes, let alone kill him. Major General Angus's body was sent flying by the transcendent. At a time like this, the transcendent didn't hold back. The slightest mistake could cause General Longfellow's death. General Longfellow watched his son and daughter fall to the ground. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He didn't explain that he didn't do it. That was meaningless. Don't kill me. It's not my fault. Luke, who had seen 2 of his family members killed in succession, cried out in fear. This is all because of you. Your mother and uncle died because of you. How dare you beg for mercy? General Longfellow finally couldn't take it anymore. He roared loudly. For such a good-for-nothing, not only did General Ross and many other transcendent generals die, but his daughter and son were also implicated. If Luke had been in General Longfellow's hands, he would have strangled him to death. So it was you who caused all this. David couldn't help but look at Luke in his hands. At that moment, David recalled what Luke and Berkeley had said at the party. He understood the cause of all this. Luke looked at David with a terrified gaze, his eyes filled with a pleading expression. However, David slammed down with a palm and smashed his head into smithereens. We're the only ones left here. Let's finish this once and for all, David said to General Longfellow, shaking off the blood on his hands. He had formulated this plan so that he could have an opportunity to kill Angus face to face. General Longfellow had sent out many distress signals on his bracelet, but he hadn't received a reply. He understood that the signal had been blocked. I'll hold off, David. You take the general and leave, said the transcendent with the 4th-grade heavy sword. All right. You just need to hold him back for 3 breaths. As long as we leave the villa, David will have nowhere to run. Another transcendent nodded. David didn't wait for them to act first. With a wave of his hand, the assassin praying mantis rushed forward. When the Transcendent in front saw the assassin praying mantis move, he swung his fourth-grade heavy sword forward, wanting to fight it head-on. At a time like this, he didn't even think about defending himself. Using this method of battle would either force the assassin praying mantis to die together with him or retreat. He wanted to buy some time for the other Transcendent to take General Longfellow away. His idea was good, but the prerequisite was that his speed was about the same as the assassin praying mantis. However, the assassin praying mantis was more than twice as fast as him. The Transcendent first felt his hand lighten. His arm and the fourth-grade heavy sword flew out. The Transcendent armor was like paper, unable to provide any defense. Chapter 587. The assassin praying mantis puppet sent the Transcendent arm in front of General Longfellow flying with a single strike. Its attack was instinctive, and after the first strike, the second strike was immediately followed by the second. The Transcendent felt a sharp pain in his arm before his head flew off. The other Transcendent, who was preparing to break through the wall with General Longfellow, had just raised his grade 3 heavy axe when he sensed danger behind him. The Transcendent couldn't believe that the other Transcendent wouldn't even be able to block it for one breath, much less 3. It must be known that the Transcendent left behind was General Longfellow's strongest Transcendent. His equipment was also the best, and he could easily block the combined attacks of several Transcendent. At this moment, the Transcendent didn't have time to think. He turned around and raised his grade 3 heavy axe in front of him. But when he turned around and saw the faint purple light, his eyes flashed with despair. The grade 3 heavy axe in his hand had no way of blocking a grade 4 weapon. Furthermore, the opponent could easily kill his comrade. Its strength was far greater than his. "General, I'm sorry," the Transcendent helplessly said to General Longfellow. After saying that, the level 3 heavy axe in his hand was sliced in half along with his body by the assassin mantis puppet. The assassin mantis puppet appeared beside General Longfellow, but it didn't continue to attack. "I didn't think that after fighting for my entire life, I would die by your hands," General Longfellow said in a low voice as he looked at David. "You big shots don't even care about the life of an ordinary person like me. You can take it away as you wish," David said as he walked in front of General Longfellow. General Longfellow couldn't understand how David could say that he was an ordinary person. How could he be an ordinary person who could infiltrate the Federal High Command and assassinate the Vice Commander of the Federation? David stretched out his hand and snapped General Longfellow's neck, ending the life of this Federal military bigshot. After doing this, David let out a long sigh of relief. He summoned the shadow attendant and stored all the corpses in the villa into his spatial ring. The disappearance of the corpses would delay the discovery of General Longfellow's death, which would make it easier for him to leave. David then erased all the traces in the security system, trying not to leave any clues behind. In the end, he drove a hover car from the garage towards the beach. Not far from the beach, he used the hover car as a cover and used his underground move ability to enter the ground. After returning to the sea from the underground, he used the space dash again while passing through the energy net. This time, David didn't need 2 days. He only needed to travel a few hundred kilometers before he used the flight ability of the golden exoskeleton armor to fly into space. David had everything planned out. From the time he was discovered by the Skynet to the time someone came to check on him, it was enough time for him to enter space. As long as he was in space and away from the scanning of the Skynet, it would be much easier for him to escape. In the President's office of the Federation President, Constable was standing next to President Lewis and looking at the projected screen. Even Metcalfe's advisor, who was President Lewis's think tank, was pushed to the side by him. Metcalfe's advisor knew what kind of person Constable was, so naturally, he wouldn't argue with him. If someone else dared to do this, Metcalfe's advisor would have thought of a way to teach that person a lesson. However, Constable was different. As the president of the Federation Research Institute, his position was very important. Let the people there confirm whether David is still at the Bedalia Defense Force base. President Lewis ordered in a deep voice. As early as 3 days ago, the Skynet had discovered that an abnormal object had entered the planet of origin from space. There were 2 major controllers of the planet of origin's Skynet. One was the military, but the Federation government still had more authority. The reason why Constable was able to take over the position of president of the Research Institute was because of a particularly important achievement: the enhanced information system of the Skynet. Ever since this system was invented, it had become President Lewis's private authority. It allowed him to easily monitor all the targets on the planet of origin that he needed to monitor. 3 days ago, David had pretended to be a meteorite and landed on the planet of origin. However, unlike David's imagination, no one had discovered him. In fact, the enhanced information system of the Skynet had discovered the abnormality and issued an alert to the analysts under President Lewis. At that time, President Lewis didn't give the order to arrest him. Instead, he let the intruder go. Through the intelligence system, President Lewis learned that Admiral Longfellow had sent a military intelligence agent to assassinate Hans. He was waiting for David to retaliate. Of course, all of this was planned by Metcalfe's aides. They wanted David to die, but they also wanted David to cause trouble in the Federal High Command. Letting David die would be a blow to the military and even affect Grand Marshal André's prestige. The news of the death of the war god of the Federation, who had just been praised by Grand Marshal André in front of the entire Federation citizens, was very big for Grand Marshal André. And David causing trouble in the Federal High Command was also a good thing to disturb the internal affairs of the military. Therefore, when Metcalfe's aides learned that an intruder had entered the planet of origin, the first person they thought of was David. In order to confirm this, he learned from the intelligence network that David was in seclusion. This made Metcalfe's aides even more convinced that the intruder was David. In fact, he had long sent out experts to make a move against David, but he had been waiting for an opportunity. The connections Metcalfe's aides could use were only a part of President Lewis's government. Their influence in the military was not as strong as Admiral Longfellow's. Therefore, although Metcalfe's aides had sent out experts, they did not immediately launch an attack on a base. However, the experts who went were not without result. They were already lurking on planet Bedalia, waiting for orders. Dean Constable had also rushed over after hearing about David. His concern for David was extraordinary. Outside the base on planet Bedalia, 4 figures suddenly appeared. They were 4 transcendent personnel wearing transcendent armor. They looked at each other and made a gesture. Then, the 4 transcendent personnel flew toward the base. The signal transmitters on their bodies simulated the identity authentication of the military base, so the base's scanning device did not send out an alarm. By the time the base's guards discovered the 4 transcendent personnel, the transcendent personnel had already entered the base. Kaji, who was inside the base, was no match for the 4 transcendent personnel. He tried to stop them and was killed. The 4 transcendent personnel were extremely fast. They were also very familiar with the terrain. Soon, they arrived at the place where the Chief of Defense was in seclusion. When a transcendent stepped forward and used the grade 3 heavy sword in his hand to cut open the door of the seclusion room, he immediately saw David sitting inside. The transcendent was clearly startled and hurriedly retreated. This David was the transcendent golem. The intelligence of the transcendent golem was not very high. David's order was to immediately kill anyone who disturbed it. Therefore, the transcendent golem did not hesitate to rush out of the seclusion room with the grade 3 heavy sword and attack the retreating transcendent personnel. Because of this, the transcendent golem's actions actually calmed the 4 transcendent personnel down. If the person in the seclusion room was really David, Then it was hard to say whether the 4 transcendent personnel could defeat David. They had also seen David's valiant performance in the military parade. However, the transcendent golem's actions had exposed the strength of the transcendent. Although it was much stronger than David's Pikaji, it still made the 4 transcendent personnel relax. Surround and kill him. The 4 transcendent personnel stood in 4 different directions. The reason they were sent here was because they had the ability to fight in groups. They were specially trained to deal with powerful transcendent personnel. To be honest, the transcendent golem was very strong. However, this strong referred to when it was still alive. Its current strength was at most at the standard of a normal transcendent. The transcendent's strength was extremely low. In addition, the equipment on its body had been replaced by normal equipment by David. Although compared to the transcendent personnel who did not even have Grade 3 weapons, Grade 3 weapons and the transcendent armor made from Grade 3 materials could be considered top-quality equipment. However, the transcendent Anderson used weapons and equipment made from Grade 4 materials when it was still alive. The current Anderson transcendent had no problem dealing with a normal transcendent, but it was much weaker against 4 powerful transcendent personnel. After a few rounds of fighting, the Anderson transcendent golem was injured by a transcendent. However, because it was made into a golem, the transcendent golem could still continue fighting. It was only when the 4 transcendent personnel cut the Anderson transcendent golem into pieces that the transcendent golem finally stopped fighting. The corpse controlling rune in its soul dissipated. A transcendent walked up to the Anderson transcendent golem's corpse and removed the disguise on its face, revealing the face that the 4 transcendent personnel were familiar with. The 4 transcendent personnel could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Of course, they knew the Anderson Transcendent, and they also knew that the Anderson Transcendent was one of the 10 Transcendent personnel who attacked David last time. However, they had heard that the Anderson Transcendent had died long ago. How could it have disguised itself as David? What the 4 Transcendent personnel could not understand the most was that the Anderson Transcendent would risk its life for David. No matter how badly it was injured, it still wanted to fight back. "Report it," a transcendent said in a deep voice. Soon, the news was sent back to the President's palace. In the President's palace on planet Origin, a rare smile appeared on Dean Constable's face. If it were not for his eyes that were always filled with madness, he would really have a kind temperament. The one left on planet Bedalia is the Anderson Transcendent impersonating David. "This David is really strange," President Lewis said with a smile. "Looks like it really is David. I just don't know what he's doing in the Federal High Command." Metcalfe's aide also nodded. "No matter what, we must capture David. You won't let David escape, right?" Dean Constable looked at President Lewis and said, "We've already set up an inescapable net. He won't be able to escape." Metcalfe's aide replied confidently, without waiting for President Lewis to answer. "You must keep David alive. He's very important to my research. Perhaps with him, my research will be able to produce results," Dean Constable said with a stronger tone. Dean Constable looked at the figure on the screen that was flying into space with greed in his eyes. David was flying upwards. This process would take a long time. Just as he was about to escape the gravity of planet Origin, he suddenly felt as if something had disappeared from his soul. With a thought, he immediately sensed that the corpse-controlling pattern he left in the soul of the Anderson Transcendent puppet had disappeared. There was only one way to make the corpse-controlling pattern disappear, and that was to kill the puppet. The Anderson Transcendent puppet was killed? Who killed it? David's heart was filled with questions. The reason why David dared to leave the Anderson Transcendent puppet alone in planet Bedalia's base to impersonate him was because he had killed 9 Transcendent and captured 1 Transcendent alive. He had gained a great reputation on planet Bedalia, and after that, no forces dared to approach planet Bedalia for a long time. Besides, even though the Anderson Transcendent puppet wasn't very strong, it was still a Transcendent. Who could kill a Transcendent? Losing the Anderson Transcendent puppet didn't matter. This kind of puppet was a consumable. Losing it would open up a slot, and a new one could be created at any time. David could create 3 puppets through his corpse controlling technique, but he had only used 2 slots so far. Now that the Anderson Transcendent puppet had been killed, he had 2 slots left. David guessed that this might be another assassination attempt prepared by General Longfellow. However, he had already met the general and didn't hear or see such an arrangement. If General Longfellow really did have this plan in mind, he would definitely have told David about it in the last moments of his life. Of course, the most serious thing was that his absence from the Bedalia base had been exposed, and General Longfellow had been killed on the planet of origin. The grudge between him and General Longfellow wasn't too big of a secret. When General Longfellow arranged for people to attack him, many of General Longfellow's subordinates had participated. This time, it was different from the incident where General Ross died at the military parade. At that time, many high-ranking officials had witnessed David maintaining a distance from General Ross. No matter what, they wouldn't suspect him. Once David was involved in General Longfellow's death, even Grand Marshal André wouldn't be able to help him. This was a serious crime, and it was enough to leave him with no way out. David thought to himself. He didn't slow down. The faster he left the planet of origin, the safer he would be. Just as he broke through the gravity of the planet of origin and was about to increase his speed, he felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt like he was being spied on. David immediately looked around. At this time, 20 all-black medium-sized warships appeared beside him. However, he had never seen these warships before. He didn't know what model they were. Chapter 588. This isn't a military warship. David immediately made a judgment. No matter what type of warship it was, there would always be a military logo on it. This was a must. But these 20 black mid-sized warships didn't have any markings on them, not even their serial numbers. They were like 20 ghosts in space. 10 Transcendent flew out from one of the mid-sized warships. These transcendent armors were also black. This was David's first time seeing this kind of transcendent armor. Federation War God David, surrender. A transcendent said to David through the public channel. Who are you? David sized up these transcendent and asked. When we catch you, you'll naturally know who we are. The transcendent laughed and said. David activated all of his abilities. Extreme speed, vitality boost, strength shock, strength boost, and strength overlay. He also took out the 4th grade decelerating AP. If there was any environment that David was in the worst, it would be space. In space, many of David's abilities were useless. Although he changed to the golden exoskeleton armor and increased his flying speed, it was still slightly inferior to the speed of the transcendent armor. In a zero-gravity environment, his AP mastery would also lose a part of its power. In addition, in space, he could attack from all directions. This made the transcendent armor even more advantageous for the transcendent. David had to face 10 transcendent. In this situation, his disadvantage was even greater. In this situation, it was almost impossible for David to win. But he didn't want to surrender. He didn't want to put his life in the hands of the enemy. Even if he died in battle, he didn't want to drag out an ignoble existence. What a pity, David thought to himself. His space dash had been used up in order to pass through the energy net on the surface, so he wouldn't be able to use it again for a while. Otherwise, he could have easily killed a transcendent with his space dash. David opened his mouth behind his helmet and fired a high-frequency sound wave at the transcendent who was talking to him. This high-frequency sound wave wasn't just aimed at the transcendent. With him as the center, the high-frequency sound wave spread out and covered all 10 transcendent. As soon as the high-frequency sonic wave was activated, he immediately opened all the energy jets of the golden exoskeleton armor and propelled himself towards the transcendent at maximum power. The 10 transcendent did not expect David to use high-frequency sound waves, which were invisible and intangible. They would only be discovered when they approached the body. The transcendent only felt a roar in their ears and dizziness in their heads. But these transcendent weren't weak, so the effect of the high-frequency sonic wave could only last for a quarter of a second. It was this quarter of a second that temporarily blocked the transcendent's movements, allowing David to rush in front of the transcendent who was talking. The épée space cut was used, and the grade 4 épée sword trembled slightly as it swept past the transcendent's body. When David swept out, the transcendent had just woken up from the effects of the high-frequency sonic wave. He still had time to use his grade 3 épée sword to block in front of his body and at the same time, wanted to retreat. The transcendent thought that as long as the grade 3 épée sword in his hand could block for a breath of time, he would be able to escape from David's attack range. No matter how sharp the grade 4 épée sword was, it would still slow down a bit when it hit a grade 3 épée sword. This was the transcendent's only chance to escape. But the transcendent misjudged the power of the grade 4 épée sword and épée space cut. The grade 3 épée sword was silently cut in half, and the grade 4 épée sword didn't slow down the transcendent at all. The sword swept past the transcendent's chest, and half of the transcendent's body was cut open. The most serious injury was the heart. The other transcendent received the message from the black battleship. David's high-frequency sonic wave was immediately received by the black battleship. Transcendent grade high-frequency sonic wave detected. Please take defensive measures. The technician on the black battleship advised the transcendent. After fighting the insectoids for so many years, the Interstellar Federation had ways to deal with the insectoids' various abilities. The transcendent armor also had a corresponding function. Following the reminder from the technician on the black battleship, the 9 transcendent opened the sound isolation barrier on the transcendent armor. Haha, as expected of the Federation's god of war. Under such a situation, he still managed to kill a transcendent and tell them that David must be alive. Dean Constable said with a smile. Dean Constable had always thought highly of David. This kind of research material was something he had always dreamed of. The more outstanding David's performance was, the more excited Dean Constable was. President Lewis and Metcalfe's aides didn't care about Dean Constable's words. They were already used to Dean Constable's nonsense. This kind of crazy researcher only cared about the quality of the material in his eyes. President Lewis's heart ached when he saw a transcendent get killed. These transcendent were all bought over by him at a high price. For these transcendent, Metcalfe's aides had put in a lot of effort and used all kinds of methods to buy over these people. That was how they were able to achieve such a scale. Although there were many transcendent in the Federation, the truly powerful ones were very difficult to buy over. The strength of the transcendent who joined the major factions as consecrators could only be considered passable. It was almost impossible to get a powerful transcendent to work for them. A powerful transcendent could only be trained by themselves. Otherwise, it was very difficult to restrain them. Only the military could train a large number of transcendent due to the enormous amount of resources in the war zone. Even so, every transcendent would enjoy the treatment of a major general. This was the only way to keep these transcendent. President Lewis might have a lot of power, but he was only an elected president. Before he became president, his influence was extremely small. Even after he became president, the powerful transcendent would only serve the government and wouldn't become the president's hired thugs. President Lewis didn't have many transcendent subordinate. They were all his trump cards. Every death was a huge loss. However, He couldn't let the Transcendent kill him. He had to listen to Dean Constable's opinion. Dean Constable's research was his only hope. President Lewis gave Metcalfe's aide a look. Metcalfe's aide immediately understood what it meant. Be careful. Don't kill David. Metcalfe's aide ordered the Transcendent. President Lewis couldn't say something like that. A Transcendent had just been killed. He needed to consider the feelings of the other Transcendent. David felt the shadow attendant absorb the Transcendent's soul. He didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. This was only one Transcendent. There were 9 Transcendent beside him. He repeated the same trick again. He opened his mouth and released a high-frequency sound wave. However, after the high-frequency sound wave was released, a shaking energy shield appeared outside the Transcendent armor of the 9 Transcendent. David had already guessed that the Transcendent would take corresponding precautions after knowing that he could use high-frequency sound wave. In fact, high-frequency sound waves were very powerful when they weren't prepared. However, once they were prepared, a shield that isolated the sound could make it lose its effect. Of course, if the power of David's high-frequency sound waves could exceed the shield's ability to withstand, it would still be effective. The transcendent ability of a level 4 insectoid was the same as the transcendent ability of a level 2 insectoid. Although the transcendent ability was the same, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. It was a pity that the high-frequency sound wave needed to be changed in order to reach its strongest state. David didn't have this ability. Without the high-frequency sound wave ability, David still rushed towards a transcendent. The other transcendent also surrounded David. David's hand made a grabbing motion in the air. A huge bomb appeared beside him. It was the Krypton powder bomb. The sudden appearance of the Krypton crystal powder bomb made the 8 transcendents stop in their track. They naturally knew about the Krypton crystal powder bomb. Although this powerful bomb was useless on Warstar, it was enough to injure the Transcendent here. Of course, the Krypton powder bomb couldn't kill the Transcendent. At most, it could injure the Transcendent, but David had such a great reputation that they didn't dare to rashly charge forward. David didn't plan on immediately detonating the Krypton powder bomb. It was just a threat. He took out the psychic arrow that he had been nurturing in the tree for a long time from the Soul Fortress. When he was 5 meters away from the Transcendent, he swung his sword and fired the psychic arrow. The Transcendent took David's Grade 4 greatsword very seriously. The Transcendent didn't dare take it head-on. Just as it was about to retreat, it sensed something shooting towards it. If it was a bit further away, the Transcendent would have enough time to react. But David had fired the psychic arrow from 5 meters away, so the Transcendent didn't have time to dodge. The psychic arrow hit the Transcendent. The Transcendent immediately felt a sharp pain in its head. This effect was actually very small, but when David attacked, this small effect became fatal. Because the Transcendent was a beat slower, the Grade 4 greatsword pierced through the Transcendent's forehead and came out from the back of his head. The shadow attendant came up and sucked in the Transcendent's soul. This was the second Transcendent that David had killed in a short amount of time. Damn it, hurry up and order everyone to kill David. President Lewis yelled angrily. The continuous losses made President Lewis unable to sit idly by and watch the Transcendent die. Although Dean Constable's research was very important, it wasn't worth it to pay such a huge price without knowing the direction of the research. President Lewis, my research goal is immortality. As long as there are some breakthroughs in this technology, you will receive enough support. President Constable's expression changed slightly when he heard President Lewis's words, and he said in a deep voice. Dean Constable had never revealed his most important research direction. Now that he had revealed it, President Lewis and Metcalfe's aides were shocked. If it was someone else who said this in front of them, they would only think that person was crazy. However, the person standing in front of them was a research lunatic, so they couldn't treat Dean Constable's words as crazy. Based on their understanding of Dean Constable, Dean Constable wouldn't have said something like that if he wasn't certain. The topic of immortality had always been the ultimate research goal of various factions, but immortality was only a legend. It had never been realized. President Lewis didn't need Dean Constable to really research immortality. As long as he could extend his lifespan to a certain extent, it would be enough for him to bribe a lot of people with his research. When that time came, even Grand Marshal André wouldn't be able to stop him from being re-elected. Of course, he was also very interested in immortality. "Dean Constable, how confident are you?" President Lewis asked as he looked into Dean Constable's eyes. He wanted to see something in Dean Constable's eyes, but all he saw was a crazy gaze filled with paranoia. "With David, my research will have a breakthrough. Besides, David is also an excellent research material. Aren't you curious how he can emit a high-frequency sound wave?" Dean Constable replied. President Lewis glanced at Metcalfe's aide beside him. Metcalfe's aide nodded at him. "Tell the Transcendent to be careful. Don't let there be any more casualties. David can't die," President Lewis ordered in a deep voice. David pulled out his Grade 4 decelerating heavy sword from the Transcendent's head. He looked at the other Transcendent. Although they were still worried about the Krypton powder bomb, they were very determined to surround him this time. David felt very helpless. He had a lot of abilities, but he had already used all of them. He didn't hesitate anymore. A controller appeared in his hand. He pressed the button, and the Grade 4 decelerating heavy sword in his hand disappeared. It was replaced by a Grade 3 shield. A white light flashed from the Krypton powder bomb. Then, a fierce shockwave surged out in all directions. David and the other 8 Transcendent were all pushed away by the shockwave. This was only because of their equipment. If it was normal equipment, it would have been destroyed or even destroyed by the shockwave. Only materials of Grade 3 and above could withstand the explosive power of the Krypton powder bomb. The 8 Transcendents' transcendent armor. David's golden exoskeleton armor was all made of Grade 3 materials. Therefore, the Krypton powder bomb only pushed them away. During the process, their bodies were violently shaken and suffered different degrees of damage. Originally, David's injuries should have been the heaviest, but he had used a Rank 3 Mega Shield as his first line of defense. Together with his Shield Master ability, when David was pushed back by the shockwave, he was able to reduce the impact of the shockwave. Chapter 589. David was sent flying by an unstoppable force, but he still maintained his blocking posture with his Grade 3 shield in the air. The Shield Master ability allowed David to react faster than the 8 Transcendent after the Krypton crystal powder bomb exploded. He injected himself with a bottle of Grade 3 healing potion through the golden exoskeleton armor's injection function, which allowed his body to quickly recover from the shockwave caused by the explosion. David saw that the Transcendent closest to him was 20 meters away. At that moment, the Transcendent was still in a temporary daze due to the explosion. David moved his hand, and the Grade 3 shield returned to his portal bag. He switched to the Grade 4 decelerating heavy sword in his hand and accelerated towards the Transcendent. At the same time, he activated the decelerating effect of the decelerating heavy sword. A white light flew towards the Transcendent. He didn't hold back at all. He used all the abilities he could use. When David arrived in front of the Transcendent also woke up. Due to the decelerating heavy sword's decelerating effect, the Transcendent's movements were slowed down. David's eyes flashed coldly. He stabbed the Transcendent in the heart, and the Transcendent died instantly. After that, the Transcendent's body was grabbed by David. David dipped his hand in the Transcendent's blood and drew a strange pattern on the Transcendent's forehead. He then used his mind to draw the corpse controlling pattern. This time, he let the pattern appear in the Transcendent's brain without any light. Due to the urgency of time, David's movements were unexpectedly fast. He finished the corpse controlling process in almost a second. David didn't have time to check if he could successfully create a transcendent puppet under such fast conditions. He was running out of time. The remaining 7 transcendent were all battered and exhausted. They quickly woke up and surrounded David again. The death of their 3 companions made them extremely angry. However, they heard the order from Metcalfe's aide that they couldn't harm David's life. This request made them very sullen. From the beginning of the battle until now, David had been fine, but they had lost 3 transcendent. The higher-ups even wanted them to hold back. Attack together. Pay attention to your strength. Hit him until he's heavily injured. A transcendent said in a deep voice. The 7 transcendent waved their weapons and closed in on David. They had the advantage of speed, and David couldn't get rid of them. This time, they were more careful and looked after each other, not daring to let David get a chance. David also looked at the 7 transcendent around him. His face behind the helmet was full of helplessness. He had already used most of his abilities. Even if he took out a grade 5 axe, it wouldn't increase his chances of winning by much. David also realized that the enemy seemed to want to capture him alive. They didn't attack him with all their strength at this time. Instead, they used a method of coercion to squeeze out his living space bit by bit. Therefore, he would rather die than hand over the grade 5 axe to these people. David knew very well that even though he had killed 3 transcendent in a row, as long as the remaining transcendent attacked him at the same time, he wouldn't be able to stop their attacks. David's advantage wasn't in fighting in space. His advantage was in sniping and assassination. Sniping required a long distance to complete, while assassination required the element of surprise. Seeing the 7 transcendent getting closer and closer, David didn't move this time. He also knew that moving wouldn't be of much use. He activated his innate ability, poison, and used his mind to draw a poison pattern, adding a grade 4 poison to the grade 4 decelerating greatsword in his hand. The 7 transcendent maintained their tacit cooperation. None of the transcendent rushed forward, and none of the transcendent fell behind. They didn't want to give David any more chances. 20 meters, 10 meters, when they were 5 meters away from David, David still didn't move. The 7 transcendent attacked David at the same time. David's face under the helmet was a strange red. He activated his charged strike ability, and the greatsword spatial cut was also activated. He didn't make any defensive moves. He was betting. He was betting that his intuition was right. Although these transcendent wanted to kill him, they were suppressing the killing intent in their hearts. David could clearly feel this feeling through his powerful mind, so he gave up on defense. As long as the 7 transcendent didn't kill him in one hit, he would give them the same counterattack. The golden exoskeleton armor couldn't block the attacks of the 7 grade 3 weapons. The moment the transcendent's attacks landed on the golden exoskeleton armor, David also moved. The charged strike allowed him to explode with all the strength in his body. The speed of this strike was also unparalleled. David counterattacked when the 7 transcendent attacked him. The reason was that he needed this moment to be sure that he could attack all the transcendent at the same time. David didn't pursue lethality. He just wanted to sweep the grade 4 greatsword in his hand across the transcendent's body, even if it was just a scratch. When the 7 transcendent attacked the golden exoskeleton armor, it was also when the transcendent was the closest to him. It was also when the defense of the 7 transcendent was the weakest. The charged strike allowed David to not be affected by the heavy injuries on his body. He unleashed his strongest attack. The grade 4 greatsword flew up and down in a 360-degree circle in the air. The 7 transcendent felt the danger. Some of them wanted to block, some wanted to retreat, and some wanted to increase the strength of their weapons to force David to stop attacking. This was related to the personality of the transcendent. Only 2 of the retreating transcendent managed to dodge David's grade 4 greatsword in time. The other 5 Transcendent were swept by the Grade 4 Greatsword. The Transcendent armor of the 5 Transcendent couldn't block the power of the Grade 4 Greatsword, in addition to the Charged Strike and Greatsword Space Slicer. Although the injuries they suffered were minimal, they were still injured. "Not good, it's poisoned," one of the Transcendents screamed. He immediately activated the antidote in his Transcendent armor and injected it. The other 4 Transcendents also realized that something was wrong, and they did the same thing as this Transcendent. None of the 5 Transcendent had the same determination as the Transcendent who had followed Admiral Longfellow. After discovering that Longfellow had been poisoned, they chopped off his arm. Of course, this also had to do with the current environment. In outer space, it was very difficult for the Transcendent to discover that the poison was Grade 4. By the time the 5 Transcendent realized that the antidote was useless, the Grade 4 poison had already spread throughout their bodies. The 5 Transcendents' movements froze. Looks of regret appeared on their faces. If they had used all their strength to kill David, they wouldn't have lost their lives. However, it was too late now. The 5 Transcendents' bodies had already been corroded by the Grade 4 poison. David was in a very bad state. A third of the bones in his body had been shattered. This was the result of the charged strike he had just unleashed. His heavily injured body was forced to use charge-up strike to perform a strike that exceeded his body's limit, causing his injuries to worsen. However, he smiled. Even though he didn't have an ounce of strength left in his body, and his golden exoskeleton armor was almost completely broken, he still smiled. Of the 10 Transcendent that had surrounded him, only 2 Transcendent remained. He could sense the shadow attendant fly over and absorb the souls of the 5 Transcendent. The remaining 2 Transcendent looked at David hovering in space. Although they knew that David's injuries were very serious, the 2 Transcendent didn't dare act rashly. This was because the fear that David had left in them was too deep. A total of 8 Transcendent had died at David's hands. If David was a Transcendent, then 2 Transcendent would have been acceptable. However, David was only a Kaji. Even with such a huge disadvantage, David still managed to kill 8 Transcendent. The 2 Transcendent weren't the only ones who were shocked. The 3 people watching the video in the presidential palace were also stunned. David is really too strong. It's him. It has to be him. President Constable was stunned at first, then he laughed crazily. He pointed at David on the screen and shouted. President Lewis and Metcalfe's aides had ugly expressions. They had lost 8 powerful Transcendent for a single David. President Lewis wanted to order David's death, but reason stopped him from doing so. They had already lost 8 Transcendent to take down David. If they killed David now, then the deaths of the 8 Transcendent would be meaningless. He didn't just want to kill David. According to President Constable, David was related to whether or not the Immortality research project could be carried out. President Lewis didn't understand President Constable's criteria for selecting experimental materials, but he knew the quality of the materials sent to President Constable's hands. Every one of them was a peerless genius of the Federation. Among them were Transcendent, Kaji, and Grandmasters of various industries. The disappearance of each material caused a huge reaction from the Federation. Fortunately, President Lewis took action to suppress it. Order the 2 Transcendent to capture David and leave this place quickly. If we drag this out too long, we will be discovered by the military. President Lewis ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Metcalfe's aide replied. The 2 Transcendent, who were still hesitating, heard Metcalfe's aide's order and slowly approached David. At this time, a Transcendent's corpse floated towards the 2 Transcendent. The 2 Transcendent didn't push the corpse away. No matter what, it was still the corpse of their comrade. The 2 Transcendent accepted the order. In fact, they also had the idea of stalling for a bit more time and letting David's injuries worsen before capturing David. Therefore, when the corpse floated over, the 2 Transcendent looked at each other and reached out at the same time to grab the corpse. They couldn't let the corpse float. If it moved too far away, it might be caught by the gravitational force of planet origin. However, when they grabbed the Transcendent's corpse, the Transcendent's eyes suddenly opened. The Grade 3 heavy sword in its hand swept across the two Transcendents' outstretched hands in a posture impossible for humans. One side did it unintentionally, while the other side did it on purpose. Even if the Transcendent's corpse had just become a Transcendent puppet, at such a close distance, it could still explode with enough strength to kill two Transcendent of the same level. When the Transcendent puppet swung its Grade 3 heavy sword, the two Transcendent also reacted. However, because they were too close to the Transcendent puppet, they could only use their Grade 3 heavy swords to attack the Transcendent puppet. They wanted to force the puppet to block. However, the two Transcendent were wrong. The Transcendent puppet didn't block and allowed the two Grade 3 heavy swords to sweep across its body. The Transcendent puppet's Grade 3 heavy sword also swept across the two Transcendents' bodies. One of the Transcendent's chest was sliced open, revealing his heart. The other Transcendent's neck was mostly sliced open. Only a small part of his neck was still connected, preventing his head from being separated from his body. The Transcendent puppet also paid the price. Its body was sliced open, and its head was split in half. The heavily injured David couldn't help but laugh. The Transcendent puppet's movements were completely under his control. At such a close distance, he had poured his mind into the Transcendent puppet's corpse controlling runes and controlled the puppet. That was how the assassination had been so successful. It was also David's best method of attack. If they were in a different environment, the 10 Transcendent wouldn't have been able to put David in such a difficult position. David had 100 ways to kill the Transcendent one by one. David knew that he couldn't escape. Although the Transcendent were all dead, there were still 20 warships on the other side. In his current state, he couldn't compete with the warships in terms of speed. Even if he took out the assassin mantis puppet, it wouldn't help. He knew very well that as long as the enemy wanted to capture him alive, he would have the opportunity to use this last resort. In the process of David's battle with the 10 Transcendents, he had used too many tricks up his sleeves. These tricks were enough to make anyone think that this was his full strength, because the abilities he revealed were enough to shock anyone. Of course, the most important thing was that he couldn't summon the assassin mantis puppet and the sonic steel beetle here. This was space close to the planet of origin. If he summoned them here, even if he managed to escape, he would become a target of the Federation. David felt the injuries in his body. This kind of injury couldn't be healed with just a Grade 3 potion. It would take a few days for him to recover. Especially when he used the charged strike, all the muscles in his body had lost their vitality. It could be said that he wouldn't be able to fight for a few hours. Damn that David, I'm going to kill him. President Lewis, who was observing the battle, finally lost his cool and roared loudly. Fortunately, the president's office had very good soundproofing. The staff outside didn't hear the roar in the office. Otherwise, President Lewis's gentle and refined image would be ruined. President Lewis, please calm down. Metcalf's aide reminded him softly. Calm down? Those are 10 Transcendent. How much did we pay to get these 10 Transcendent to work for us? But now they've all been destroyed by David. President Lewis roared angrily. At this point, this is the only way. Let the Black General's warship capture David and keep him under strict surveillance. Dean Constable won't let David live. Metcalf's aide advised. Chapter 590. I'm going to space. Without me, those guys won't be able to trap that sly bastard. Dean Constable ignored President Lewis's anger and hurriedly said his goodbyes. I regret it. I shouldn't have agreed to Constable's request. President Lewis whispered to Metcalf's aide as he watched Dean Constable's departing figure. Dean Constable is our hope. Once the research is successful, not to mention 10 transcendent, even 100 transcendent will be under our control. Metcalfe's aide also whispered back. Not to mention immortality, just immortality alone would be enough to reverse President Lewis's disadvantage and allow him to be re-elected. Metcalfe's aide also had a score in his heart. Unlike President Lewis, he was attached to President Lewis. Even if President Lewis didn't get re-elected, he would only receive a light punishment if his past crimes were exposed. However, members of the think tank who followed President Lewis like Metcalfe's aide would be put on trial. Therefore, Metcalfe's aide could only do his best to serve President Lewis's re-election. He had no way out. He believed in Dean Constable because Dean Constable was the strongest researcher in the entire Interstellar Federation. Perhaps Dean Constable's reputation wasn't as dazzling as that of some well-known scientists, but Dean Constable had produced a lot of research results, which had now become an important bargaining chip for President Lewis. It was also because of these results that President Lewis was still able to stay in the president's office despite being in a disadvantageous position. Dean Constable said that there were no problems with the research. Metcalfe's aide knew Dean Constable very well, so he naturally believed him 100%. Dean Constable might be very unreliable in other aspects, but when it came to research, he was unparalleled. President Lewis restrained his anger. He glared fiercely at David on the hologram, then waved his hand to turn it off. He didn't want to see David again. Every time he saw David, he would think of the 10 loyal transcendent subordinate. In space, David couldn't move at all. A large number of his bones were broken, so he couldn't even move. Through the shadow attendant, he saw 20 black battleships approaching him. Previously, these battleships were far away from them, so they were not affected by the Krypton crystal bomb. 20 black warships fired tractor beams at David. One tractor beam could drag a large warship without any power. 20 tractor beams were enough to prevent David from moving. The 20 black battleships didn't take David into the battleships as he expected. Instead, they used the tractor beam to fix him in the middle of the 20 battleships and then drove him into the depths of space. David saw that every black battleship was at least 5 kilometers away from him. From this, it could be seen how heavily guarded the black battleships were against him. The 20 black battleships carried David for a while before stopping in space. Then, through the shadow attendant's observation, David saw a very small spaceship approaching. Then, the fleet set off again. This should be the commander, David thought. He was sure that the person who planned this operation was on planet Origin because the small spaceship was sailing in the direction of planet Origin. David thought of the opponent that Grand Marshal Andre mentioned. Only someone who could be Grand Marshal Andre's opponent had the ability to send such a large force to planet Origin. 10 powerful transcendent and 20 unknown battleship. If this person didn't have special authority, they would have been discovered by planet Origin's defense system long ago. While David was guessing who this person was, he also sailed with the Black Fleet. Their destination wasn't far from planet Origin. The tractor beam protected David's body as it entered the speed of light. After half a day of sailing, it exited the speed of light. David saw their destination. It was a space building the size of a military battlestar. However, there were no military facilities on this space building. It was rare to see a space building built far away from a star. Other than the military's need for defense, most space buildings would choose to be near a star. This was because it would be closer to an administrative planet. It would be more convenient in terms of supply and safety. Of course, this place wasn't far from planet Origin. It was impossible for space pirates to appear in this airspace, so there was no problem in terms of safety. Be careful when you send the experimental materials into the research institute. You must be very, very careful. If there are any accidents, you will stay and become my experimental materials. Dean Constable looked at David in space with a crazy gaze and said in a deep voice. The captain of this fleet didn't speak, but his expression was extremely focused. No one knew better than him what Dean Constable meant. He was responsible for most of the experimental materials that Dean Constable mentioned. Since those experimental materials entered the Research Institute, none of them had appeared again. Perhaps living in the Research Institute was a luxury, and death was the norm. David's body was sent into the Research Institute by the tractor beam. Before he entered the Research Institute, he still had some expectations in his heart. In his opinion, there was no place that could hold him. As long as he was given some time, he could easily leave. Before he left, he could even kill everyone in the building, capture the person in charge here, and interrogate the person behind the scenes. An ear-piercing alarm sounded in the sky above the Federal High Command. Everyone who heard the alarm couldn't help but be stunned. They had forgotten when was the last time they heard such an alarm, but they immediately realized what it meant. Everyone in the Federal High Command turned on their identity bracelets and set their identity to display. Whether it was the living area or the core area, it was the same. Even the people at home set their identity to display. The surveillance equipment in the sky increased the scanning power to the maximum, searching for all life forms in the entire Federal High Command. During this search process, every life form had to have a corresponding identity, even some pet. In a large office, Grand Marshal André sat at the head of the table. On his left and right sides sat 11 admirals. The atmosphere in the large office was heavy. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting for the results of the search. Outside the office, more than 40 transcendent guards were standing guard. Before they could confirm that the Federal High Command was completely safe, no one would be allowed to enter the office. Grand Marshal André looked at the 11 admirals. His eyes flashed with helplessness. In a short period of time, 2 out of the 13 vice-admirals had died. Moreover, both vice-admirals had been murdered. The first, General Ross, had died from poisoning. Although he died during a military parade, it was still understandable due to the chaos at the time. However, General Longfellow had died in the living area of the Federal High Command. Grand Marshal André couldn't believe it. Not only had General Longfellow been killed, but even his son, Major General Angus, his daughter, Madame Meredith, his grandson, Luke, and the 4 transcendent guards protecting General Longfellow had all been killed. The nature of this was too vile. Even if this happened in an ordinary city, it would be an extremely shocking case. This was a massacre of an entire family. Just how much hatred did one have to have for someone to do something like this? First, Grand Marshal André's identity bracelet rang. Then, the identity bracelets of the 11 admirals also rang. Everyone, the Federal High Command didn't discover any intruders. The Military Intelligence Agency is currently investigating. I've already received the preliminary report. Grand Marshal André said in a deep voice as he lightly tapped on the table to attract the attention of the 11 admirals. The 11 admirals were shocked. They had only received the report that the security system didn't discover any intruders. They didn't expect Grand Marshal André to have already received the results of the investigation. Although it was only the preliminary results, this kind of efficiency spoke volumes. In other words, General Longfellow had long been under Grand Marshal André's investigation. That was why the preliminary results were out so quickly. Otherwise, according to normal procedures, they wouldn't be able to find anything within a day, especially in a case where even the culprit couldn't be found. Grand Marshal, what did you find? General Francis asked directly as he was very close to Grand Marshal André. General Longfellow has been making a lot of moves recently, especially when he arranged several attacks against Major General David. Take a look at this report, Grand Marshal André said as he passed the report to the admirals. The reason Grand Marshal André was investigating General Longfellow was because of David. He had just arranged for David to be assigned to Planet Bedalia's defense force. Before David arrived, the Tonga Starfield's military had already made frequent deployments to Planet Bedalia's defense force. After that, David had been attacked several times. Although David had emerged victorious, the involvement of the military's higher-ups could be seen. It wasn't easy for Grand Marshal André to make a move against General Longfellow. Although he was a Grand Marshal and held a high position in the military, General Longfellow's influence in the military was extremely deep. Even he had to be wary. Without absolute evidence, Grand Marshal André couldn't take down General Longfellow. But it was precisely because of this that the investigation against General Longfellow began. But before Grand Marshal André could find out the results of the investigation, General Longfellow was killed. Grand Marshal André only saw the corpses of the 4 transcendent officers at the scene of the murder and knew that David was most likely involved. He also wanted to protect David, but David had indeed gone too far this time. Killing someone in the Federal High Command, and killing an entire family at that, was something that couldn't be covered up. He wasn't the only one with intelligence agencies in the military. Once more intelligence agencies were involved in the investigation, David would definitely be found out. It would be better for him to capture David and find a place to imprison David for the rest of his life so that David could live. This was also his way of repaying David for saving his life. Grand Marshal, are you suspecting that the Federation's god of war, David, is the murderer? But how did David enter the Federal High Command? He doesn't have the authority to do so, right? General Francis quickly finished reading the report in his hand and immediately asked, "This matter still needs to be investigated. I'm just raising a suspicion." Grand Marshal André also had doubts about this. The Federal High Command security system had gone through thousands of years without any problems. Continuous improvements had made this place the safest place in the entire Interstellar Federation. It was impossible to sneak into the Federal High Command. The Federal High Command's identity verification had reached a very strict level. Apart from people with extremely clean backgrounds, as long as there was even the slightest problem, no matter how high one's status was, they would be denied entry. The Federal High Command also had a very high-level energy network around it. This kind of security system that consumed a lot of energy could detect any trespassers. However, until General Longfellow's body was discovered, the Federal High Command security system didn't detect any suspicious characters. Isn't David on Bedalia? We just need to see if he's still there to find out if he's the murderer. General Milton then said, "The intelligence agency is investigating. We don't know why Bedalia's Defense Force base lost contact." Grand Marshal André said in a deep voice. There was no need for General Milton to remind him. The Military Intelligence Agency was an expert in this field. They had already started investigating David. However, when they tried to contact Bedalia's Defense Force base through the interstellar communicator, they found that they couldn't get in touch. Now they were trying to contact Bedalia through other means. Just as Grand Marshal André was speaking, his identity bracelet rang again. He looked down at his identity bracelet, and his face quickly became gloomy. "Everyone, we can eliminate our suspicion of David," Grand Marshal André said with a wave of his hand. "What's wrong?" General Francis asked curiously. When General Longfellow was killed, David's Bedalia Defense Force base was attacked by the Transcendent. David went missing, all the base personnel were killed, and the base's signal equipment was destroyed. Grand Marshal André's voice was full of anger. He had arranged for David to go to Bedalia. This was a safe arrangement. As long as David stayed there peacefully for a year, President Lewis's term would be over, and David would be out of danger. However, Grand Marshal André's arrangement wasn't able to protect David. In a short period of time, David was assassinated many times. This time, all the personnel in the base were killed. According to Grand Marshal André's judgment, This style of action was very likely done by President Lewis. In his investigation report, there was a video of the Transcendent breaking open the door of David's seclusion room. After the door was broken open, what appeared in the video was David sitting in the room. After that, the video was sent by a member of the scanning team. However, the signal after that was completely blocked. After that, all the information in the base was destroyed, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 591. The highest level meeting of the Federal High Command was still going on. However, the original decision to investigate David had been changed to 2 investigations. One was the massacre of General Longfellow's entire family, while the other was the massacre of Planet Betalia's Defense Force Base, where David was stationed. The nature of these 2 cases was extremely vile. It had been many years since a planet's Defense Force base was massacred. This was a provocation to the military, especially since David had just been given the title of Federation War God not too long ago. Once it was confirmed that David was dead, it would mean that the title of Federation War God that Grand Marshal André had promoted would become one of Grand Marshal André's failures. The consequences would be extremely great. All of the military's investigation organizations received the order, and the entire military's investigation system was activated. Grand Marshal André ended the meeting and returned to his office. He opened the screen and entered a string of passwords. After waiting for 10 minutes, a set of messages was sent back. He looked at the contents of the messages and couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile on his face. The password Grand Marshal André had just entered was to remotely connect to the Advanced Kit's Combat AI. No one knew that the Advanced Kit's Combat AI didn't completely use Federation technology. The core of the Kit's Combat AI was a type of intelligence core purchased from the great world of God. Combined with the Federation's technology, the intelligence of 2 worlds had fused together, and many hidden abilities had appeared. Grand Marshal André didn't tell David that when the Kit's Combat AI was first activated, it was actually a process of recognizing a master. This was the technology of the great world of God. This way, as long as David didn't die, the Kit's Combat AI would only serve David alone. It should be known that the destroyer was originally prepared for Grand Marshal André himself. This type of destroyer that only needed 1 person to pilot naturally had the highest safety standard. The safety standard of a destroyer was that as long as the master was alive, no one else could command the destroyer. Marshal André's connection was through the military's interstellar communication system. He was connected to the battleship's advanced AI kit. If David died, then he would be able to reclaim Kit's authority. However, when he entered the password and contacted the Kit's battle artificial intelligence, the reply he received was that he was unable to access the password. In other words, David was not dead. David might have escaped from the attack on Planet Betalia's Defense Force base. Of course, the worst-case scenario was that David had been captured. Adjutant Jikwel passed down the order. Find out if the person in the president's office has been acting strangely recently. Grand Marshal André ordered his adjutant through his identity bracelet. Now that Admiral Longfellow was dead, if the attack on David was carried out by Admiral Longfellow's side, a report would have been sent over a long time ago. Since it was not done by the military, then it could only be done by President Lewis. David was sent to the Space Research Institute. Before entering the institute, he had a lot of ideas, but when he was sent into the institute by the traction beam, he found that his previous ideas were all wrong. After being sent into a door of the Space Research Institute by the traction beam, he felt a strange energy enveloping the entire interior of the Space Research Institute. He was about to control the shadow attendant to observe the surroundings, but before he could leave his body, the shadow attendant automatically returned to his back and clung tightly to his back. David tried to make the shadow attendant move, but he could not do so at all. It seemed that after entering the Space Research Institute, the shadow attendant had lost its ability to move. The only thing David could do was send his consciousness into the shadow attendant's body. After entering, he felt that the shadow attendant's body was fixed to his back. As his body was sent deeper into the Space Research Institute by the traction beam, the shadow attendant followed. David's expression changed. He wanted to use the shadow attendant to open the space ring on the shadow attendant's finger and summon the assassin mantis puppet, but the shadow attendant did not respond at all. If the shadow attendant had not been in stealth mode and was in a special layer of space, the shadow attendant would have revealed itself long ago. David could not help but panic. His biggest reliance was the 2 Class 4 insectoid puppet. Even though he was heavily injured, he still had the ability to seize the initiative without the threat of a warship. But now, he had to face a dangerous situation. He had lost his last means of counterattack, and he was completely a prisoner. 2 researchers in isolation suits came over. They pushed a hovercraft under David's body, and the traction beam disappeared. David's body landed on the hovercraft, and steel cables extended from both sides of the hovercraft to bind David's body. The 2 researchers in isolation suits pushed David into a room with walls, ceiling, and floor made of white luminescent materials. The 2 researchers took out their equipment and began to scan David's body. As they scanned, David's broken golden exoskeleton armor was automatically removed from his body. Then, the 2 researchers removed as many as 4-dimensional bracers from his body. They also found a dimensional bag on his waist and a transcendent stiletto on his calf. They were both removed and placed to the side. The 2 researchers were very professional. With the help of the scanning equipment, all the items on David's body were removed. Even his clothes were removed, and he was replaced with a large surgical gown. David's consciousness was still there. When he realized that he had been changed into a surgical gown, he could not help but be shocked. The so-called surgical gown was usually only changed into when a hospital was about to perform a major operation. As the Federation's medical science was very advanced, there were very few occasions where a surgical gown was needed. David did not think that the people here were preparing to treat him. He thought of another possibility. He was captured alive and brought to this strange place. Were they going to dissect him for research? The reason he thought so was because his growth was too fast. It was so fast that he could no longer be called a genius. Especially in the final battle, he used many special abilities. These were enough reasons for people to study him. David was pushed out of the room filled with white light. After passing through a corridor, he went through a downward elevator and was finally sent into a huge room. In the middle of the room were 2 operating tables. There were many instruments that David did not know the function of. Federation God of War David, welcome to the Federation Research Institute's Area 101. Dean Constable changed into a research gown and came to David's side. He lowered his head and introduced David. David didn't like the way Dean Constable looked at him. It was like how a diner would look at his food or a hunter would look at his prey. In his eyes, David didn't feel like a human, but an experimental subject. David had heard of the Federation Research Institute before, but he had never heard of Area 101. Who are you? David tried his best to remain calm and asked. My name is Constable, the Federation Research Institute's director. Dean Constable patiently explained to David. Dean Constable had done some research on David a long time ago. He knew a lot about David. Through his understanding, he was certain that David's spirit was very strong. In the entire Interstellar Federation, there was almost no one with a stronger spirit than David. Without a strong spirit, David would not have been able to achieve amazing results in multiple fields at the same time. He would not have been able to surpass others in a lifetime. Assistant Nigel, arrange a deep analysis of his body. Dean Constable turned around and ordered the person beside him. If the person beside him took off his mask, he would be able to see that it was assistant researcher Nigel. He was the one who sent people to capture David and turn him into a research subject. However, he failed. However, it was the information brought back by assistant researcher Nigel that made Dean Constable pay attention to David. When David soared into the sky and became the Federation's god of war, Dean Constable wanted to get his hands on David. Dean Constable's experiment had started a long time ago. He had found normal people and Kaji. However, these people could not withstand the side effects of the experiment. Even when he used a few transcendent people as research subjects through President Lewis, there were not many results. However, Dean Constable knew that there was no problem with the direction of his research. The calculations in the super artificial intelligence were all correct. It was just that the amount of spirit required for the experiment was too high. Perhaps the great world of deity might have some qualified experimental materials that Dean Constable needed, but the great world of deity didn't even have the chance to see an expert with such a mind power, let alone capture one. Although the great world of God was in an alliance with the Interstellar Federation, they only communicated with each other in the Battlestar area. The people from the great world of God who could enter the peaceful area all had political reasons. These people could not be touched at all. If anything happened to them, the great world of God would definitely take revenge. It was for this reason that every time an envoy from the great world of God entered the peaceful area, the military and government would send people to protect them. After David appeared, Dean Constable finally found his target. This was the only reason he urged President Lewis to capture David. David was placed on the operating table by Nigel's assistant. A cover extended from above and covered David's body. The cover was a sophisticated human body analysis instrument. This instrument was definitely the most advanced in the Federation. Many of its designs were personally designed by Dean Constable. Energy scans of various attributes were activated inside the cover. David's body was exposed. Dean Constable looked at the screen that displayed the result. His eyes were glowing. The results were too shocking. Among all the Kaji he had studied, David's body was the strongest. Many transcendent people were not much stronger than David, even if they did not use the power of the transcendent. After all, David was only a Kaji. There was still some distance between him and the transcendent. Fortunately, we acted in time. If we gave David some more time, he would have become a transcendent. At that time, who knows how much of a price we would have to pay to capture him? Dean Constable sighed. In order to capture David, they had to pay the price of 10 transcendent people despite having an absolute advantage. Those were not 10 ordinary transcendent people. Every one of those transcendent people was a powerhouse among the transcendent people. Although they were not as strong as the veteran powerhouses, they were still among the top in terms of strength among the transcendent people. If an ordinary organization lost 10 transcendent people, they would have collapsed long ago. Even President Lewis had suffered greatly in order to capture David. If one wanted to nurture such an obedient transcendent again, it would take at least 10 years. A precise plan, and a lot of luck. It was no wonder Lewis had lost his composure in the transcendent. Yes, his physique, strength, and agility have all reached the limits of a human. As long as he becomes a transcendent, he will be able to take a huge leap forward and increase his strength by several times. Assistant researcher Nigel nodded in agreement. Use the will detection device. Dean Constable ordered with excitement in his eyes. Assistant researcher Nigel raised the analytical cover and lowered a device from the top. The device was very strange. Its surface was a transparent gemstone covered in runes. The transparent gemstone was obviously in the style of the great world of God, but it was embedded in a very high-tech metal sensor of the Federation. Assistant researcher Nigel carefully placed the transparent gemstone between David's eyebrows. The runes on the transparent gemstone began to glow. David could feel his soul trembling as the runes on the transparent gemstone flickered. However, his soul had already formed a soul fortress that had been upgraded many times. Moreover, it was protected by a crystal barrier, so nothing unexpected happened. As the runes flickered, the metal sensor also surged with energy. It read the data obtained from the transparent gemstone and transmitted it to the light screen. Heavens, 8 times. David's will is 8 times stronger than a normal person's. Assistant researcher Nigel couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the results on the light screen. Dean Constable looked at David with great admiration. This kind of gaze made David almost think that he was Dean Constable's child. This was because this was the kind of gaze one would use to look at their most precious thing. David believed that he wasn't mistaken. However, he didn't understand why Dean Constable was looking at him like this. This gaze made him feel even more uncomfortable than the previous ones. Assistant Nigel, you go out first. Order the Research Institute to completely seal off Area 101 and activate automatic attack mode. If any spaceship comes close, kill it immediately. Everyone, get to your post and don't leave without permission. Dean Constable ordered Assistant Researcher Nigel. Although Assistant Researcher Nigel really wanted to participate in this experiment, he couldn't disobey Dean Constable's orders. He could only leave the room with regret in his heart. Chapter 592. David, you are the most mentally powerful human I've ever seen, at least in the Interstellar Federation. No wonder you have such achievements, surpassing the strength of the Transcendent with Kaji's body. Dean Constable said to David with a smile. What are you trying to do? David asked in a low voice. Although Dean Constable was smiling, David could not feel any kindness from it. Instead, a thick sense of evil was spreading from Dean Constable's body. It's a long story, but I'm going to explain it to you, Dean Constable said with a smug look on his face. If he did not tell this secret today, he would never be able to do so again. In Dean Constable's eyes, David was a dead man. He did not need to care about David at all. He only treated David as a listener to satisfy his pride. This would be the greatest achievement of his life. 10,000 years ago, the Interstellar Federation, the great world of God, and the insectoids were not connected yet. The Warstar was just an unremarkable remote planet. On that day, the 3 worlds suddenly intersected, and the world changed. Out of David's expectations, Dean Constable began to talk about history. David tried his best to listen, but in his heart, he was thinking about how to save himself. However, his body was extremely tired, and his injuries were still very serious. He tried to use his mental power to use the bewitching pattern, but he realized that he could not use it in this environment. He wanted to redraw the bewitching pattern, but he encountered the same problem. During the process, the bewitching pattern collapsed. David wanted to use the high-frequency sound wave, but he could not use the mental power required for it. There was something in this environment that was suppressing the transcendent talent. However, very few people know that on that day a skeleton fell out of the void. That skeleton was kept in the Federation Research Center by the Federation government. Dean Constable did not seem to notice David's struggle and continued. At this time, David also gave up struggling. He had to remain calm and wait for his body to recover. This is a miraculous skeleton. Whenever an injured person gets close to it, the injured area will quickly heal. It has also become the subject of research for the Federation's Research Institute. However, countless years of research have failed to discover the true use of this skeleton until I saw it with my own eyes. Dean Constable's voice became extremely excited. That's a kind of life force. Can you believe that a skeleton has such an exuberant life force that can last for 10,000 years without any signs of weakening? This can't be explained with current technology. Unfortunately, that skeleton lost its research value after countless years without any results and became a collector's item until it met me. Dean Constable's emotions fluctuated as he spoke. At that time, I was just an ordinary researcher in the Research Institute. In order to obtain the right to research this skeleton, I frantically displayed my value. In order to achieve my research goal, I threw myself into President Lewis's faction to obtain his support. After I gave President Lewis the research results he wanted many times, I finally became the dean of the Federation's Research Institute. That was when I began to make the skeleton my research goal. Dean Constable did not care if David was listening or not. He only wanted to say it out loud. When David heard President Lewis's name, his heart could not help but tremble. Before this, when he heard Grand Marshal André mention his opponent, he had guessed a few names, and President Lewis was one of them. Coupled with the fact that Dean Constable had thrown himself into President Lewis's camp and that he had been captured and sent to Dean Constable, there was a high possibility that President Lewis was the mastermind behind all of this. David understood everything now. Why was he discovered even though the military didn't know that he had sneaked into the base? That was because the Skynet system on Planet Origin was in the hands of the government. The military's authority on Planet Origin was much weaker than the government. David also understood why Anderson's transcendent puppet on Planet Bedalia was killed when he left Planet Origin. It should have been a test of his identity after discovering him. Only President Lewis could prepare a fleet outside Planet Origin and send 10 powerful transcendent puppets to capture him. David counted President Lewis as one of his enemies, but he did not know if he would have the chance to escape. Even if he escaped, would he be wanted by the Federation because of Admiral Longfellow's murder? However, everything would have to wait until he left the Federation's Research Institute's Area 101. Otherwise, everything would be just a dream. I've confirmed the goal of the research, and that is eternal life. Actually, I didn't tell anyone that this research is based on that skeleton. Even if we can use that endless life force to achieve eternal life, we can only achieve eternal life for one person. Dean Constable couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dean Constable had been hiding this huge secret for a long time. He had always wanted to find someone to confide in, and now, he had finally revealed it. For this research, Dean Constable had embezzled a large amount of research funds. The amount of research funds was astronomical. As long as President Lewis was in power, Dean Constable would be protected and would not be found out. However, as long as President Lewis left the presidential palace, the new president would definitely not tolerate Dean Constable's existence. The astronomical amount of research funds he had embezzled would also be exposed. Therefore, Dean Constable had to finish the research before President Lewis stepped down. Otherwise, his life's goal would go down the drain. As for President Lewis's hopes of re-election, Dean Constable was very clear. With the conflict between President Lewis and Grand Marshal André, President Lewis's chances of re-election were close to zero. Dean Constable would not pin his hopes on President Lewis's re-election. In recent years, he had increased his research efforts. Those transcendent puppets had become his research subject. "You want eternal life?" David was stunned by Dean Constable's words. Although the Interstellar Federation had been conducting research in this area, how could the shackles of life be so easily broken? Even if technology had reached the genetic level, it could only remove diseases, viruses, and other factors that affected a person's lifespan. It could not extend a person's lifespan. Even the great world of God only had a few items that could extend a person's lifespan. They could not make a person eternal. David did not believe that Dean Constable could achieve this. He believed that Dean Constable was crazy. "No, to be precise, I want your body to live forever." Dean Constable looked at David with a burning gaze. "What?" David did not understand what Dean Constable meant. "You don't need to understand. You only need to know that after the experiment is successful, you will live forever. Of course, I'm talking about your body." Dean Constable said with a smile. After saying that, Dean Constable stopped talking to David. Instead, he turned on the screen and operated it. Following his operation, David felt the ground moving. He and the other operating table beside him were moving downward. The ground also separated at this moment. The two operating tables descended into another room. This room did not have much equipment, but there were some mechanical arms. Dean Constable walked to the side and took off his clothes. Then, he walked into the disinfection room and disinfected his entire body. On David's side, the mechanical arms pulled off his surgical gown. They grabbed the disinfection nozzle and disinfected David's entire body. The smell of the disinfectant was very unpleasant. David felt very uncomfortable. What made him feel even more uncomfortable was the strange feeling that this place gave him. He could clearly feel a special energy on his skin. However, he could not find the source of the energy. Dean Constable changed into a clean surgical gown similar to David's. Before he left the disinfection room, he looked at himself in the mirror in a daze. I didn't think that I would care about this old body. In the future, I will have an even younger and more youthful body. That body will be the body of a top genius. I will become another person, a new legend. Dean Constable muttered to himself in the mirror. As if he was bidding farewell to the past, Dean Constable walked out of the disinfection room with light step. David, you will lose your consciousness forever. In a sense, you will officially die today. I will replace your body. However, don't worry, I will not use the identity of David. I will use another identity to live on. Dean Constable walked to David's side and said in a deep voice. Dean Constable operated the mechanical arms and placed a helmet full of metal plates on David's head. When David heard Dean Constable's words, he knew that Dean Constable wanted to erase his consciousness. He didn't know what method Dean Constable used to erase his consciousness, but he had his own way of dealing with it. Dean Constable still didn't know what David's greatest trump card was. Even though the shadow attendant had lost its ability to move, the connection between David and the shadow attendant was still there. Without any hesitation, David transferred his soul from his body to the shadow attendant. This wasn't the first time he did this. Soul transfer was unimaginable for other life forms, but for David and the shadow attendant, it was as simple as drinking water. David's soul fortress became extremely small in his body, but it appeared in the shadow attendant's body. Right after he transferred his soul, the helmet on his head emitted a string of energy, which carried a lot of messy information. The amount of messy information was so large that it wasn't something a normal human brain could handle. This kind of information transmission was enough to destroy any human's consciousness. Dean Constable's method was very violent, but it was also very effective. However, his method was precise and could destroy the target's consciousness without harming the target's brain. Dean Constable knew that David's mental strength was 8 times that of a normal person, so David's soul strength was at least 8 times that of a normal person. Based on this data, the magnitude of the information torrent was also increased by 8 times. The small soul fortress that David left in his body wasn't affected much by the information torrent because it was so small that it could travel through the information torrent. In fact, the fragments of consciousness shattered by the information torrent were bigger than the small soul fortress. Although the soul fortress in his body was small, as long as the soul fortress in the shadow attendant's body didn't disappear, the small soul fortress here would still exist. 2 hours later, Dean Constable turned off the information torrent. David's eyes were no longer as lively as before. Dean Constable didn't determine anything through observation. He tapped on the screen a few times and the helmet on David's head emitted a set of orderly signals. As long as David's consciousness was still present, it would react to these signals. Once David's consciousness reacted, it would be captured by the helmet. After another half an hour of continuous signals, Dean Constable had a satisfied smile on his face. He was very sure that David's consciousness had been erased. Although he had done this job countless times before and was 100% confident, he was still excited by this success. Dean Constable knew that he was one step closer to success. David's body would become his body. Dean Constable tapped on the screen a few more times, and the mechanical arm pulled out a skeleton wrapped in a transparent cover from a sealed cabinet at the side. The skeleton was placed on another operating table. When the transparent cover was removed, a strong aura of life was emitted from the skeleton's body. Dean Constable knew that everything in this operating room had been processed. Otherwise, as long as there was a piece of wood here, it would have sprouted branches. As for other natural objects, as long as they were alive, they would be affected. Even Dean Constable, who was standing at the side, felt his body become more relaxed. Unfortunately, the life force that leaked out could only have this effect. At most, it would have healing effects. If one wanted eternal life, the body would have to become one with the skeleton. Naturally, the job was done by Director Constable. Director Constable didn't intend to let anyone else do it, even though a professional surgeon might be better at it. In order to complete this task, Dean Constable learned surgical knowledge and practiced with a large number of objects to become a master surgeon. Bone replacement for a single part of the body could be done as early as 10,000 years ago, but bone replacement for the entire body had never been done before. This was because after the Federation's medical technology developed to the genetic level, many surgeries were replaced. Other than some necessary surgeries, gene therapy fluid could be used to heal most injuries. Only a madman like Dean Constable, who practiced with objects, had the corresponding experience. This experience was based on the lives of countless people. Chapter 593. David felt fear. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, he saw Dean Constable's eyes. It was a gaze that only a madman would have. Apart from the madness in Dean Constable's eyes, there was more focus. He operated the mechanical arm to cut open David's arm and began the bone replacement surgery. Dean Constable knew very well that he didn't have much time. All the bones in this strange skeleton could only be separated for 10 hours at most. After 10 hours, no matter how far away they were, the separated bones would pass through space and reassemble under the skull of the skeleton. Therefore, he only had 10 hours for the surgery. 10 hours sounded like a lot, but it was extremely short for such a huge surgery. Especially since Dean Constable was the only one operating the entire surgery. Due to the need to keep it a secret, Dean Constable did not even trust his own assistant. This was related to the most important research in his life, and it was also a research that could not be shared with others. Everyone involved in the research thought that Dean Constable was conducting a research project to extend one's life. No one knew that Dean Constable was only trying to reconstruct an immortal body for himself. Breaking the shackles of human lifespan and becoming the first member of the Interstellar Federation to achieve immortality was Dean Constable's goal, and this goal was already infinitely close to being achieved. He had researched this for decades, and the amount of research materials he had used up was enough to support a large-scale massacre. Dean Constable even used the authority given to him by President Lewis to send his own assistant to collect research materials from all over the Federation. The surgery began. Dean Constable saw David's left arm through the screen. The incision on the left arm was magnified, allowing him to clearly see the larger blood vessels and nerve. The mechanical arm held the most primitive scalpel and cut open David's left arm. Because most of the blood vessels were separated, the amount of blood that flowed out was very little. Dean Constable was extremely focused. He did not even consider preparing anesthesia for David because, in his opinion, David had already become a living dead without any consciousness. David felt powerless. He could only watch helplessly as Dean Constable operated on his body. He had great combat power and many transcendent talent. He was a heavy axe grandmaster, a heavy sword grandmaster, and a sniper grandmaster. He also had 2 level 4 insectoids, the assassin mantis and the sonic steel beetle. Logically speaking, David should have no problem protecting himself. However, after he was captured and brought to Area 101 of the Federation Research Center, he could no longer use his transcendent abilities. His body was severely injured and he could no longer fight. Even his shadow attendant could no longer move. He was completely restrained. To be honest, Dean Constable didn't think that much. He didn't know that David had so many special abilities. He didn't expect that there would be a shadow attendant, nor did he expect that there would be 2 Class 4 Zergs in the shadow attendant's summoning ring and interspatial ring. The restriction in Area 101 of the Federation Research Center was the highest research achievement of the Federation Research Center. Due to the harsh requirements of the materials, it was only used in a few areas of the research center. This restriction was a type of force field that could suppress all transcendent energy and prevent transcendent energy from converging. This research achievement was initially used to suppress some transcendent lifeforms to facilitate research on transcendent lifeforms. Later on, this research achievement was used on some uncontrollable special items. For example, this skeleton had to be placed within this force field. Otherwise, it would be easy for accidents to occur. For example, if there was no force field, some weak-willed people would become irritable and even have the urge to kill when they got close to the skeleton. Dean Constable took out David's left arm bone and removed it from the operating table. He skillfully inserted it into the incision on David's left arm. A miraculous thing happened. David's wound, which had been cut open by the scalpel, quickly healed after the bone of the skeleton's left arm was put in. This healing speed was even faster than using a level 3 healing potion. Dean Constable didn't look surprised at all. He had done this many times before. If he did not have this kind of fast healing ability, he would not have been able to complete the bone replacement surgery. David's soul was hiding in the shadow attendant's body. He also saw the surgery. With the shadow attendant's sensitive senses, he could sense the surging vitality. David knew that the skeleton on the operating table was the main character in Dean Constable's story. It was the skeleton that suddenly appeared when the 3 worlds met. This kind of skeleton from 10,000 years ago, even though it had lost its life, it still maintained such a strong vitality. Even the healing speed of the wound was countless times faster. In fact, it was not only the incision on David's arm that was healing. The other injuries on his body were also healing continuously. This was only the bone of one of his arms. Dean Constable continued with the surgery. Piece by piece, the bones were transferred into David's body. When it came to the spine, he directly cut off David's spine and transferred the internal vertebrae into the skeleton's spine. This method should have caused severe consequences. However, when the vertebrae were replaced piece by piece, the internal vertebrae were immediately affected by the ocean-like vitality. They quickly connected together without any damage. The surgery had been going on for 8 hours. Dean Constable was very satisfied with the operation today. He performed a little better than usual. The next step was the skull replacement. It was also the most important step of the entire surgery. This time, Dean Constable did not use the traditional surgery method. He did not even use the Federation's medical method. He took out 2 magic amulets, which were a set of replacement amulets. The replacement amulets were originally used to repair some special puppet parts. It could forcibly replace some parts that could not be removed. Due to the preciousness of the magic amulets, Dean Constable used to break open the skulls of experimental subjects and perform surgery to replace them. However, this kind of operation would more or less damage the most delicate part of a human's brain. This damage could not be repaired even with the vitality of a skeleton. In the past, Dean Constable used the idea of accumulating experience. Therefore, he did not care about the damage to his experimental subjects' brains. However, David on the operating table was different. Dean Constable treated David's body as his own in the future. How could he allow this body's brain to be damaged? Therefore, he took out the precious replacement amulet. If it wasn't for the fact that the replacement amulets were too precious and too few in number, he would have used them for the entire surgery. It was a pity that he had too few replacement amulets. A few of them had been used in his previous experiments, and the 2 amulets he had were the last ones he had. He was saving them for this operation. Dean Constable placed one of the replacement amulets on the skull left by the skeleton on the operating table. Then, he made an incision on David's scalp and placed the other replacement amulet on David's skull. Dean Constable used his spirit to activate the 2 replacement amulets. In a flash of white light, a skull appeared on the operating table. The original skeleton's skull was replaced with David's skull. The bone replacement surgery was over, but Dean Constable did not relax. The most important part was what came next. None of the previous surgeries could pass the next test. This was also why Dean Constable believed that only a strong spirit could pass through it. Dean Constable used his mechanical arm to inject 3 potions into David. These 3 potions were all spirit-type potions. The price of each potion was enough to buy a fleet of 100 large warships. It was the kind of potion that had a price but no supply. Most of the Federation's funds were spent on this. Without the support of these 3 potions, most of the previous experiment subjects could not even last for 10 seconds. So far, the one who lasted the longest was a transcendent experimental subject, who lasted for 100 seconds. That transcendent was also a weapon master, which was one of the reasons why Dean Constable specified that he needed an experimental subject with super strong mental strength. After the 3 potions were injected, Dean Constable waited for David's reaction. A golden light appeared on David's body and enveloped him. David's soul hidden in the shadow servant's body sensed that an intruder had entered the soul he had left in his body. It was a humanoid life form with a pair of wings on his back and golden armor. The reason he was called a humanoid life form was because no human had a pair of white wings. Other than that, this humanoid life form was no different from a human. Especially the humanoid life form's face. It was a breathtaking beauty. David was already considered handsome, but compared to this kind of life, he couldn't compare at all. It was like the difference between a stone and a diamond. The humanoid life form's beauty was like a work of art that should not exist in this world. It was like a manifestation of all the beautiful imagination in the world. I've finally found a decent body. But this soul seems a little strange. The humanoid life form muttered in a strange language. However, the words were spoken in David's soul. The meaning was transmitted through David's soul. David could be considered a language expert. He was very proficient in both the Interstellar Federation's language and the great world of God's language. However, he was certain that this was not a language of the 2 worlds. This was because the pronunciation had a special charm that was completely different from the civilizations of the 2 worlds. When David heard the humanoid lifeform say this, he was shocked. He had moved most of his soul fortress into the shadow attendant's body, but the humanoid lifeform had discovered it. Just as he was worried, the humanoid lifeform took a step forward. Using the connection between the super small soul fortress and the shadow attendant's soul fortress, he appeared directly outside of David's real soul fortress. Interesting little guy. You have a god's body double. Did you take advantage of the fall of a god? The humanoid lifeform's gaze passed through the crystal defense outside the soul fortress and saw the existence of the shadow attendant. He could not help but ask in surprise. David was about to answer when a figure appeared in front of the humanoid lifeform. It was a bald, muscular man dressed in a long black robe. Even the wide black robe could not hide the explosive muscles on his body. A god's body double, the humanoid lifeform said in a deep voice. Then, as if he had discovered something, he said, "Not a god's body double. You are a god's body. Aren't you also a god's body? How can you be so weak? But you don't seem to be a god from the great world of God. Where did you come from? The bald man asked in a deep voice. The bald man's voice was like thunder, shaking the soul's space. The humanoid lifeform glanced at the bald man and said coldly, "Same here. You are not much better than me." After saying this, the bald man and the humanoid lifeform were silent for a while. They looked at each other, and there was a dangerous aura in their eyes. They knew one thing very clearly in their hearts, and that was that only one of them could continue to exist. In their current weakened state, it was impossible for peace to appear. The bald man was a failed deity. He had been defeated in a war of the deities long ago, and only a wisp of his soul was left to struggle at death's door. The ignorant David's predecessor had mistaken the sacrifice process and mistakenly connected the sacrifice object to the bald man, a god that was about to disappear. For the sake of his last hope, the bald man combined himself with the shadow attendant and signed a contract with David. He used David to find a large number of souls for him to recover. It could be said that David was his only hope. This was also why when David was in danger, the shadow attendant would take the initiative to save him. This was what the bald man did. However, every time he interfered with reality, a large amount of the bald man's accumulation would be consumed. However, the bald man was very satisfied with David. Following David, he absorbed a large amount of soul energy through the shadow attendant. He only needed to take out 1/1000th of the soul energy to give to David and leave the rest for himself to recover his strength. Of course, the 1/1000th of the soul energy that the bald man gave to David was not ordinary soul energy. It was soul energy that could be directly absorbed after being filtered by the shadow attendant. This did not violate the contract signed by David. The bald man would not violate the contract signed with David because the contract was only effective for non-gods. Once he recovered his strength, he would be a real god, and the contract would naturally lose its effect. At that time, he could take over David's body and make it his own divine body. Because of the connection of the shadow attendant contract, David's body would be infinitely close to him, equivalent to his original body. Originally, if there were no accidents, David could have grown rapidly with the help of the shadow attendant. With David's ability to cause trouble, more and more souls would provide the bald man with the soul energy he needed to recover. Chapter 594. The humanoid life form was a battle angel from another world. He was in a similar situation as the bald man, but he was in a better state. All of his bones were preserved. As a battle angel, he spent his entire life in battle. In his world, the war between heaven and hell had lasted for countless years. The battle between battle angels and hell's demons had always existed. During one of the battles, he was affected by the battle between the God King and the Demon King. He was thrown into the space turbulence. His skin, muscles, and body were all washed clean by the space turbulence. All that was left was a skeleton. Now that the battle angel skeleton had finally found a body that could withstand the skeleton, how could the battle angel let go of this chance? If he missed this chance, he might not have another chance like this in 10,000 years. The battle angel skeleton wasn't easy to find a body that could withstand it. If it wasn't for the bald man secretly modifying David's body and David's mental strength that was 8 times stronger than normal people, he would have been able to withstand the skeleton. The bald man wanted to survive, and so did the battle angel. The condition for survival was David's body. Therefore, they had to decide the victor. One of them had to die. It seems like our goal is the same. Then let's fight. Even though the battle angel was only left with a remnant soul, he was still passionate about battle. He shouted, "This is my territory. You will die here," the bald man said in a low voice. After the bald man said that, his body expanded. Soon, He was twice as tall as the battle angel. At the same time, the black robe on his body turned into black armor. The simple armor only covered half of the bald man's shoulder, revealing his bulging muscles. He gave off a feeling that he was as heavy as a mountain. The battle angel didn't change. He only flapped the wings on his back. Then, he turned into a golden light and flew towards the bald man. "Defend!" the bald man shouted. The ground in front of him suddenly protruded and formed a thick wall. The golden light that the battle angel turned into seemed fast but was very agile. Just as he was about to hit the wall, he suddenly changed direction when he was just a little bit away from the wall. He stuck close to the wall and continued to fly towards the bald man. The bald man grabbed with his hand and a huge club appeared from the ground. He grabbed the club with his right hand and smashed it towards the battle angel. The battle angel nimbly dodged and a long sword appeared in her hand. After dodging the stick, she stabbed towards the bald man. The bald man's left hand also grabbed the ground and pulled out a shield, blocking the battle angel's attack. This was David's soul space, so he could clearly see the battle that had taken place. Originally, David was very proud because he was a Grandmaster Greatsword, Grandmaster Greataxe, and a Master Sniper. These allowed him to fight Transcendent as Kaji, and was stronger than most of the Transcendent. However, after watching the battle between the two of them, he realized that his title of Grandmaster Heavy Sword and Grandmaster Heavy Axe was like a joke. In the battle between the two gods, each of their moves contained a power that could move the heavens and earth. David was very clear about this feeling because the battle angel and the bald man were fighting in his soul space. The power of the heavens and earth was also the power of the heavens and earth in his soul space. David couldn't describe the feeling the battle between the two gods gave him. It was like an ant seeing a dragon for the first time. It was like a frog at the bottom of a well jumping out for the first time. This feeling made him re-evaluate the definition of battle. Of course, David thought more about the bald man's origin. Since the bald man could suddenly appear, it meant that the bald man had always been by his side. He could guess the bald man's origin just by thinking about it. That strange sacrifice allowed his soul to cross over. It was also that strange sacrifice that allowed him to get the shadow attendant. This was the only connection he had with a god. It was very clear where the bald man came from. David didn't think a god like the bald man would be kind enough to help him. He didn't think he was valuable enough for a god to help him. If it wasn't for the battle angel, maybe David wouldn't have known about the bald man until he died. The battle was still going on. The power of both sides was less than 1/10,000th of what it used to be. Plus, there were only remnant souls left. They could only use the most primitive method, which was to destroy each other's remnant souls to hurt each other. The bald man had the home field advantage. Although this was David's soul space, he had the contract connection with David. He had the right to control the soul space. He had great power. It was the foundation for him to become a god spirit. But his opponent, the battle angel, was a speed type. Even without the home field advantage, the battle angel was able to suppress him. The battle angel's talent for battle was too strong. It was completely different from the bald man, who had very little battle experience. The battle angel turned into a golden light and kept breaking through the bald man's shield. It left scars on the bald man's body. Every time the scars on the bald man's body appeared, they would disappear. David could see clearly that every time the scars on the bald man's body disappeared, the bald man's body would shrink a little. In fact, the bald man's power was far above the battle angel's. It didn't mean the battle angel's power was weaker than the bald man's. It was just that after experiencing the space turbulence, the battle angel's power was only that much. The bald man received a lot of soul power from David. Although the soul power was only a drop in the bucket when it came to recovering his power, it gave him more power than the battle angel. So, the bald man's body was twice as big as the battle angel's. That was the real difference. The bald man didn't care about the scars on his body. The battle angel's power was limited. After the battle, it kept losing power. He had the help of David's soul space. Even though he was at a disadvantage in terms of speed, he was confident he could beat his opponent. David also noticed the battle angel's situation. As the battle continued, the battle angel maintained the advantage, but the battle angel's body shrank. David wasn't sure if the bald man would hide himself like before or if he would take this opportunity to take over David's body after he found out about the bald man's existence. He didn't want the bald man to win, nor did he want the battle angel to win. He wanted them to die together. Maybe it should be fair, David thought. He moved the soul fortress back into his body. That was the only thing he could do. Just as the soul fortress returned from the shadow attendant's body to David's body, the battle angel's golden light shone brighter. His speed suddenly increased by 10%. Looks like this little guy doesn't want you to win. The battle angel laughed. After I kill you, with your bones, this body can support my soul. I don't need him anymore. The bald man said in a low voice. The bald man then roared. 2 more arms appeared on his back. The 2 arms reached towards the ground and pulled out a stick and a shield from the ground. The bald man with 4 arms made the battle angel's multiple attacks useless. However, with 2 more arms, the bald man's height decreased a little. The battle was in a stalemate. The 2 god spirits who were only left with remnant souls couldn't stop. This was a battle for survival. Their battle drained a little of their energy. David learned a lot from the battle, especially the bald man's control of the soul space's energy, because in David's soul space, he could feel the bald man's every move. This included how to move the energy in the soul space and turn it into a physical body. If David had studied it himself, he might not have been able to master it in 100 or 1,000 years. However, with the bald man's demonstration, he understood more and more. After the bald man's giant stick was cut by the battle angel's long sword many times, it finally broke. He was also stabbed by the battle angel's sword. The bald man quickly grabbed another giant stick from the ground and held it in his hand. The wounds on his body also disappeared. This was the 10th giant stick that the bald man grabbed in the battle. After the battle angel realized that he couldn't break through the tight defense, he changed his battle strategy. He focused on destroying the bald man's weapons. By destroying the bald man's weapons, the battle angel indirectly drained the bald man's energy. At the same time, the battle angel could create holes in the bald man's defense. David, who was hiding in the soul fortress, had his eyes brighten. He reached out his hand and grabbed the ground. An ugly longsword appeared in his hand. The longsword didn't have a guard. The body of the sword was full of holes. It looked like trash that had been thrown away. However, David was very excited. This was the ability to control the soul space that he learned from the 2 gods. He threw the longsword in his hand to the ground. When the longsword was close to the ground, it became a part of the ground. David reached out his hand again. This time, a heavy sword appeared. It was much better than the longsword from last time. Although it still had some shortcomings, it was a real heavy sword. David threw the heavy sword to the ground again. It became a part of the ground. He reached out his hand again. After many rounds of practice, a heavy sword that looked exactly like his LV-4 decelerating heavy sword appeared in David's hand. I knew it, I knew it. Dean Constable looked at David's body excitedly and mumbled to himself. The golden light on David's body lasted for 10 minutes. It didn't dissipate. This time had long surpassed the record of the previous experiment. The previous test subjects would have their brains turned into paste, their muscles would melt, and their vitality would be cut off. The data on David's body showed that everything was normal. Even David's original injuries were completely healed. If it wasn't for the lack of intelligence, David's body would be a perfect human body. Dean Constable was excited because the experiment was about to succeed. He would have another identity and another life. He would be free from the control of President Lewis and the crime of misappropriating a large amount of research fund. None of this would have anything to do with him. President Lewis, Advisor Metcalf, you can all go see the spirits. Dean Constable laughed loudly. He didn't know when David's body would finish the fusion process. This was something that he had never experienced before. However, the super photon computer had done some calculations before. It was just that the calculations couldn't replicate the uniqueness of the strange skeleton. It could only be used as a reference. Dean Constable couldn't do anything right now. He could only wait until the golden light on David's body disappeared. That would be the end of the fusion process. Dean Constable was thinking about his future plans. He had prepared another identity for David's body, an identity that was absolutely unimaginable. Even David's identity as the Federation war god was only one of his choices. This showed how important the other identity was to him. Dean Constable didn't expect that there was a battle between remnant souls and deities going on in David's soul. After 2 hours of battle between the two gods, the bald man's height had returned to its previous height, and his body had also become somewhat transparent. Only the upper half of the battle angel's body remained. His lower half had already dissipated. The two gods were already in a frenzy. At this point, there was no possibility of them stopping. The two arms that grew out of the bald man's back had already disappeared. He waved the giant club in his hand while roaring. The battle angel didn't make a sound. He was more dangerous than the bald man. His body could collapse at any time. In order to survive, he had to kill the bald man as soon as possible. The battle angel's speed became even faster after losing half of his body. He constantly moved around the bald man and stabbed with his sword from time to time. From the beginning of the battle until now, the bald man hadn't been able to hit the battle angel once. He didn't have the advantage of strength. The battle angel had become like this because of his own exhaustion. From the perspective of a third party, David was very clear about the situation. If he didn't interfere, the bald man would definitely win. Even though the bald man's battle techniques were far inferior to the battle angel's, by relying on the advantage of this match and the accumulation that David had given him, he was able to fight the battle angel who had been exhausting himself for 10,000 years without any gains. David quickly calculated the possibility of him participating in the battle and when he could maximize the benefit. He didn't want to wait for the battle to end. Only during the battle between the two gods' remnant souls, he could constantly close the gap between them and make the two gods expend more energy. In the end, even if one of the gods' remnant souls won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. As the third party, he could also reap the benefits. Chapter 595. The battle angel's longsword slashed at the giant club in the bald man's hand for more than 10 times. This was the nth time he had hit the club. Finally, the club broke from the middle. The bald man used the shield in his left hand to block the battle angel's longsword. His right hand reached down, wanting to create another club from the ground. However, he suddenly realized that his control over this soul space was disrupted. He reached out and grabbed nothing. There was no club. Of course, this was David's doing. He returned the soul fortress from the shadow attendant's body to the main body. This greatly reduced the bald man's control over his soul space. This was David's own body after all. It wasn't as good as when he was in the shadow attendant's body. The bald man's control wasn't as good as David's. It was this mistake that caused the bald man's movements to become sluggish. In a battle of this level, a single mistake could turn into damage. The battle angel had rich battle experience. How could he let go of this opportunity? Battle angel's body circled around the bald man, dodging the shield's defense. The long sword in his hand stabbed the bald man 10 times, causing 10 wounds to appear on his body. The bald man knew that David had disrupted his battle. He roared, "David, you're asking for it." David, who was standing in the soul fortress, couldn't help but tremble when he heard the bald man's roar. He even sensed that the spiritual body he created was on the verge of collapsing. One had to know that this was David's soul space. Both the bald man and the battle angel were about to injure each other. The bald man's roar almost caused David's spiritual body to collapse. Fortunately, the battle angel didn't give the bald man a chance to breathe. He continuously attacked the bald man and used the opportunity when the bald man lost his weapon to heavily injure him. David stabilized his spiritual body. His spiritual body wasn't erased by Dean Constable, but he almost collapsed from the bald man's roar. He stretched out his hands to the ground and thought about the exoskeleton armor. Every detail of the exoskeleton armor appeared in his mind. Then, the ground rose and covered his feet, then continued to cover his legs. It continued to cover his entire spiritual body. This was the exoskeleton armor that David used to have. It was also the exoskeleton armor he was most familiar with. With this layer of protection, David felt a lot more at ease. At least his spiritual body wouldn't be completely unprotected like before. In fact, David underestimated himself. This was his soul space. In fact, he had the highest authority here. However, in terms of soul energy control, he was much weaker than the 2 God Spirit Remnant souls. Because the 2 God Spirit Remnant souls were incomplete, they could only use his soul space to fight. David observed the battle between the 2 remnant souls while he sensed the exoskeleton armor on his body. The exoskeleton armor on his body was transformed by spiritual energy. Every detail was a perfect replica of the exoskeleton armor. It also had some of the original exoskeleton armor's functions. This function referred to the defense function of the original custom-made exoskeleton armor. As for the flight function, because the custom-made exoskeleton armor lacked an engine to provide energy, it couldn't fly. It couldn't even increase its strength by 10 times. David's heart jumped. If he could transform the exoskeleton armor, couldn't he transform other things? Of course, if he replicated something complicated, it would be the same as the exoskeleton armor. It only had the appearance but not the inside. Therefore, advanced weapons were useless. David grabbed the ground. As the ground bulged, the bulge turned into a ballista. This was the most primitive heavy long-range weapon he could think of. David didn't activate the ballista immediately. He kept reaching out and creating ballistas from the ground. On the other side, the battle between the battle angel and the bald man was coming to an end. Their bodies became extremely thin. They were transparent like smoke. David felt that his opportunity had come. He waved his hand and 30 ballistas he created shot out at the same time. The armor-piercing arrows drew a perfect curve in the air and fell toward the 2 remnant souls in the battle. The 2 remnant souls didn't care about David. Even if the soul space belonged to David, they thought that David was just a mortal. He couldn't be a threat to them. But when the arrows flew toward them, the 2 remnant souls' faces changed. If they were still in their original bodies, not to mention these transformed arrows, even the real arrows wouldn't be able to hurt them. But now, all of them were only remnant souls, and after going through a life and death battle, they had long since reached the weakest state of remnant souls. Remnant souls were most afraid of weapons made of spiritual energy. This energy could hurt them. That was what the 2 remnant souls did before. They transformed their spiritual energy into weapons to fight. The 2 God Spirit Remnant souls thought about how David was able to use his soul energy to create weapons. It was because the bald man had gathered his soul energy many times to create weapons. This was also thanks to the battle angel. If the battle angel's countless attacks didn't destroy the giant club formed by the soul energy, the bald man wouldn't have been able to reform the giant club again and again. No matter how much of a genius David was, He wouldn't have been able to learn this technique through multiple conversions. Just as the thought rose in the minds of the two god spirits, the arrows made of spiritual energy fell. The two remnant souls didn't shout. Instead, they glanced at each other, and a hint of relief could be seen in their eyes. To god spirits, death was just a deep sleep. They weren't afraid of death. When facing death, they felt a sense of release. After 10,000 years of perseverance, they were tired. This was also one of the reasons why the two remnant souls decided to fight to the death when they met. Regardless of victory or defeat, it was a release from their previous sufferings. The arrows made of spiritual energy pierced through the two remnant souls. Their remnant soul bodies shattered and only two specks of light remained. David felt a sense of relief. The two remnant souls appeared in his spiritual space and filled his spiritual space with an oppressive aura. As the two remnant souls shattered, the spiritual space returned to peace. David didn't have time to observe what the two remnant souls left behind. The two specks of light couldn't be missed. He was sensing what was happening outside his body. Dean Constable was very excited. He used the scanning device to check David's body. He discovered that David's bones and muscles were perfectly fused together. It was just like David's original skeleton. The Battle Angel's skeleton replaced David's skeleton. The surging life force was restrained. Dean Constable switched to another scanning device. This one was developed by him. It could estimate the target's lifespan based on the changes in the body's genetic structure. This type of lifespan scanning device wasn't very useful. Under the Federation's medical conditions, almost every citizen could extend their lifespan to their ideal limit. Of course, only some transcendent citizens damaged their foundation in battle. That was why their lifespan was shorter than expected. However, it was still longer than a normal person's lifespan. The transcendent citizens didn't need any lifespan scanning device. They had an instinctive sense of their lifespan. This sense was more accurate than a normal scanning device. However, Dean Constable's research required this type of lifespan scanning device. The lifespan scanner appeared above David's head and scanned him from head to toe. Then, the number on the screen jumped from 200 to 300, 400, 500 all the way until it reached 10,000, when the lifespan scanner's program crashed. Dean Constable stared blankly at the number displayed on the screen. 10,000 years of lifespan. This was only the lowest number. In his opinion, this number wasn't the limit of David's lifespan. It was precisely because David's lifespan exceeded the lifespan scanning device's calculation limit that the device crashed. Dean Constable recalled that he had asked his researcher to write this program. That researcher probably didn't expect anyone's lifespan to exceed 10,000 years. Body of immortality. I've finally succeeded. Dean Constable spread his arms and yelled. He jumped around unrestrainedly to express his excitement. Dean Constable still remembered the first time he saw that skeleton in the collection room. When he saw that skeleton, he had the urge to research it. At that time, he felt that his life's research goal was that skeleton. He was willing to do anything for it. Dean Constable had done everything for the past few years. He had embezzled research funds and sent people to capture people as research materials. Now, he felt that all of it was worth it. David was startled by Dean Constable's excited yell. He didn't struggle because his body was still tied to the operating table. Dean Constable believed that he had no consciousness and was just a zombie. There would definitely be an opportunity to release him. At that time, he would be able to kill Dean Constable when he least expected it. It was useless for David to struggle. The straps binding him were made of a special material. Even if he was wearing an exoskeleton armor, he wouldn't be able to break free. Finally, I can use the treasure I got. Dean Constable operated the light screen for a while, and the mechanical arm grabbed a box. It was a password-protected box. It was actually made of a grade 3 material. One could see how much importance Dean Constable placed on this box. Dean Constable entered the password-protected box and opened it. Then, he carefully took out a test tube. David discovered that it was a test tube filled with a dark red liquid. The dark red liquid gave him a sense of holiness. He didn't know why he had such a feeling, but it was indeed the feeling he had. Dean Constable took out a syringe and inserted the test tube into the syringe. He had the mechanical arm flip the operating table and expose David's back. Dean Constable inserted the syringe needle into David's spine and injected the dark red liquid into it. David was shocked. He didn't know why Dean Constable did this. He tried to guess what the dark red liquid was. However, after the dark red liquid was injected into his spine, he didn't feel anything. It was just like normal spinal tissue. Dean Constable took out a white stone and pricked David's finger with a needle. Then, he smeared his blood on the white stone. He stared at the white stone, but there was no change to it. "Let's wait a little longer. It won't fail. I'm too impatient," Constable mumbled to himself. He used his mechanical arm to flip David over again and looked at David with an extremely greedy gaze. Then, he turned around and walked to the side. The mechanical arm brought him a meal. After a long period of surgery and a lot of energy consumption, he was already exhausted. While waiting, he could take a break. David hesitated for a moment. He tried to contact the shadow attendant and it went smoothly. He could still see the surroundings through the shadow attendant's eyes. The shadow attendant was still unable to move due to the environment and could only stay on his back. He let out a long sigh of relief. He was originally worried that the fall of the bald man would cause the disappearance of the shadow attendant. David had a special feeling for the shadow attendant. It was the only companion that had been by his side ever since he came to this world. Although it was the bald god spirit's scheme to make Shadow Servant sign a contract with Hansen, the bald god spirit was dead. Shadow Servant's hidden danger was gone. David still hoped that the shadow attendant could continue to stay by his side and fight and live with him. David returned to the soul space, wanting to see what the two gods had left behind in the end. He came to the two light spots. There were two shiny crystals there. David tried to grab them with his hand, but he found that his hand easily went through the crystals as if they didn't exist. However, David was 100% sure that the two shining crystals were here. He could sense the two crystals through his soul space, but it was as if the two crystals had opened up two independent small spaces in his soul space. He could only sense the two crystals, but he couldn't get close to them. He didn't know what these two shiny crystals were, but he knew that they must be extremely precious because they came from two gods. Gods had never existed in the Interstellar Federation because the Interstellar Federation's system did not allow them to grow. In the Interstellar Federation's knowledge, gods only existed in the great world of God. They were a kind of legendary existence. Whether they really existed was still a mystery. Chapter 596. The Battle Angel was extremely unlucky. If he had fallen into the great world of God 10,000 years ago instead of the Interstellar Federation, perhaps the outcome would have been completely different. This was because when the Interstellar Federation discovered an unknown existence, their first thought would be to conduct research. Technology made them believe that they could explain everything in the world. However, this was the case most of the time. Even if the Battle Angel's skeleton couldn't be researched, the Interstellar Federation believed that their technological level wasn't high enough. If the Battle Angel's skeleton had fallen into the great world of God back then, perhaps it would have been worshipped as a miracle. This would have given the Battle Angel a chance to recover some of his strength and even become a deity of the great world of God once again. It was a pity that the world didn't have that chance. The Battle Angel turned into a piece of crystal in David's spiritual dimension. David looked at the two shiny crystals. He couldn't even move them, let alone know what they were used for. Just as he looked at the two shiny crystals, a warm current gushed out from his body, which startled him. The warm current flowed out from his spine where the dark red liquid was injected. This warm current entered his blood vessels and spread throughout his body. David was extremely familiar with his body. This warm current seemed to be affecting his body. Since he didn't have any sense of danger, this should be a good influence. There should be enough time, right? Dean Constable hastily finished his meal and didn't wait long before he returned to the operating table and muttered to himself. He picked up the white stone again, pricked David's finger, and smeared the blood on the white stone. This time, the white stone lit up with white light. The white light was extremely weak, but it lit up. Although it's a very weak bloodline, the bloodline power is still growing. With the nourishment of the skeleton, the bloodline power should surpass Arthur's bloodline power. Arthur is a direct descendant of the Luce family. Dean Constable's eyes flashed with exceptional excitement as he muttered to himself. David didn't know who Arthur was, but he knew about the bloodline power. He knew that it was unique to the great world of God. Only those with the bloodline power could become a knight. Could it be that the liquid Dean Constable injected into his spine was his bloodline power? However, it was said that bloodline power could not be transferred. By the way, I need to remember everything here. I might experience a temporary memory lapse. Constable mumbled to himself. He quickly operated on the screen as if he was recording something. After an hour, President Constable finished his work and looked at David. From today onward, I will abandon my past self and become a true immortal. Dean Constable's expression was extremely solemn, as if he was holding a ceremony. There was only one last step left in his lifelong dream. One could imagine the excitement in his heart. After this final step, he would bid farewell to his past and become a different person. Director Constable was lying on another operating table. Two transparent covers rose from the operating table beneath him and David to cover them. Execute the soul conversion procedure, Dean Constable said with a resolute look in his eyes. The soul conversion procedure was a special procedure. It was a secret research result of the Federation Research Institute. However, an ordinary person's soul couldn't withstand the soul conversion procedure. It required an extremely powerful soul to perform. No matter how powerful one's mental strength was, a person could only perform the soul conversion procedure once in their lifetime. After that, their soul would dissipate. This secret research wasn't publicized to the public, and very few people in the Federation Research Institute knew about it. This was because if this research was made known to the public, the consequences would be dire. Be it legally or ethically, there would be huge trouble waiting for them. Moreover, the soul conversion procedure required a large amount of precious resources every time it was activated. It couldn't be popularized. Liquid flowed into the transparent covers of the two operating tables and enveloped David and Dean Constable. The composition of the liquid was extremely complicated and its value was shocking. Many of the materials were accumulated over countless years by the Federation Research Institute. If this research didn't have a ready-made result, Dean Constable wouldn't be able to conduct so many experiments. The Federation Research Institute was a place where top-notch geniuses gathered. Before Dean Constable, there were many talented researchers who produced many outstanding research results. "Goodbye, my body," Dean Constable said softly when he saw the blue light shining beside him. The soul conversion procedure was a one-time procedure. After the conversion, the body would die and the soul would enter another body. Dean Constable's perception was stretched. He felt as if he had passed through a long tunnel and appeared in front of a huge castle. What a strange soul space. This is David's soul space, Dean Constable exclaimed as he looked at the huge castle curiously. As someone who had a deep understanding of mental strength, Dean Constable was naturally very familiar with soul spaces. He had only heard of such a defensive soul space. As long as I can control this place, I can become the master of this soul space, the master of this body. Dean Constable walked towards the soul fortress. He was very confident that even though the soul fortress had strong defensive capabilities, it would be useless after it lost its sentience. However, when Dean Constable approached the soul fortress, he saw a ballista on the castle's defensive wall. Then, he saw a figure walk out. It was Kaji in exoskeleton armor. "David, why are you here?" Dean Constable immediately recognized David, and couldn't help but exclaim. Dean Constable activated the soul conversion procedure because David's consciousness had been erased. He was here to take over David's body, not to fight. He knew how strong David's soul was. It had 8 times the mental strength of a normal person. David was the strongest person in the Federation that he knew of. Dean Constable himself only had 5 times the mental strength of a normal person. This was his pride in the past, but it was nothing in front of David. "Dean Constable, you're the one who caught me. Tell me why I'm here," David said to Dean Constable with a smile. David was delighted that Dean Constable had walked right into his trap. In the soul space, he had unimaginable authority. Dean Constable wasn't the remnant soul of the 2 deities from before. He could ravage Dean Constable's soul however he wanted. "Aren't you supposed to have lost your consciousness?" Dean Constable struggled in disbelief. "My abilities are beyond your imagination. Can you tell me the story of Arthur?" David asked with a smile. Dean Constable's face turned pale. He recalled the previous operation. In order to prevent temporary confusion after activating the soul conversion procedure, he had recorded everything he needed to take note of. He would be able to see it when he woke up. However, everything seemed to have been specially prepared for David. Dean Constable thought of the body of immortality that he had painstakingly prepared for his entire life, but it had been given to David. His heart was filled with extreme unwillingness, and his heart was filled with remorse. "I'm going to kill you. If I kill you, everything will be mine." Dean Constable didn't answer David's question. Instead, he screamed and charged toward the castle. David shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the 30 ballistae beside him fired simultaneously. Dean Constable's body trembled violently. 30 holes appeared on his soul body. These soul weapons could even injure the remnant soul of a deity, let alone an ordinary soul like Dean Constable. Dean Constable's body dispersed and turned into pure soul energy that fell to the ground and was absorbed by the soul space. On the operating table, David opened his eyes. He felt the restraints on his body being released. He sat up on the operating table. He had been paying attention to the mechanical arms above his head and noticed that they weren't moving. David walked to the screen. He noticed that Dean Constable had recorded a lot of things, but due to the angle, he couldn't see the contents. The screen recorded the tasks that Dean Constable was going to do. 1. Go to the storage room at the side to retrieve the items to be taken away. 2. Federation Research Institute Area 101 will self-destruct in an hour. Leave this place on a miniature aircraft within an hour. 3. Change your face to Arthur's and move to Planet Origin's 100 Victories Zone, Garden Road, 155. Live as Arthur. Attached is Arthur's personal information. Arthur Luce, male, 22 years old. A direct descendant of the great world of God's Luce family. Due to an internal dispute in the family, his father sent him to the Interstellar Federation and adopted him by Muni Transcendent. Muni Transcendent passed away last year. Arthur inherited Muni Transcendent's assets and worked at Planet Origin's 3rd Research Institute. Currently, Arthur is on vacation. Arthur was a loner and liked to be alone. He didn't have any friends. Muni Transcendent was his only family. The things that Dean Constable recorded were basically memos. There wasn't much detailed information, but it was enough for David to know a lot of things. He looked at the time on his wristband and compared it with the time on the screen. There were 55 minutes before the Federation Research Institute Area 101 would self-destruct. He had to leave this place before then. David first went to the storage room. As soon as he entered, he saw his space bag and 4 space bracers. He also saw a ring. He picked up the ring. His blood emitted a faint fluctuation. Then, his mind sensed a huge space. It was 25 square meters in size and 5 meters in height. This ring seemed to have some kind of connection with David's bloodline. This allowed him to open it easily. This was a space ring from the great world of God. With this bloodline connection, David guessed that this should be Arthur's item. David recalled the description of Arthur in the memo. Arthur was extremely reclusive. If a person had a unique secret from a young age and was afraid of others knowing about it, then he would naturally become someone who didn't like to share it with others. In other words, a reclusive person. There wasn't much in the space ring, only some books. These books were all recorded using a special encryption method. David couldn't tell what kind of books they were, but he was sure that they were books from the great world of God. David put the space ring on his finger and looked at other things. There were a few thin strips on the side. There were many complicated patterns drawn on them. At first glance, it was obvious that they were items from the great world of God. In front of the thin strips, there was a screen with a set of instructions on it. David didn't hesitate. He followed the instructions and took off his clothes. Then, he attached the thin strips to his arms, legs, back, and waist. These thin strips were made of a special metal. After attaching them to his body, they immediately reacted with his bloodline. The thin strips were connected together. With the waist-like strip as the center, the thin strips formed a connection with David as though they were a part of David's body. David waved his hand. The thin strips on his arm enhanced his strength and made him feel as though he was wearing an exoskeleton armor. David didn't know that the Federation's exoskeleton armor was originally designed from this set of thin strip. In order to have enough strength to leave, Dean Constable brought this set of special strength enhancement equipment from the great world of God. Even though Arthur had the bloodline power, he was a 100% ordinary human. Perhaps due to the bloodline power, his strength and speed were slightly stronger than ordinary humans. However, as he didn't cultivate since young, he didn't become a knight. Arthur wasn't even comparable to Kaji. Before he came to the Federation, his father sealed off most of his bloodline power to prevent any abnormalities during his growth. As a result, Arthur didn't receive many benefits from the bloodline power. This set of special strength enhancement equipment was a treasure of the Federation's Research Institute. Only Dean Constable had the authority to retrieve it. He couldn't keep it for too long and had to return it. However, Dean Constable didn't intend to return it. He was already preparing to change his identity. Why would he be worried about this? David, on the other hand, was very satisfied. This set of special strength-increasing equipment allowed him to have the attack power of an armored soldier even when he was not wearing armor. Of course, his defense power was not much higher than an ordinary person's. David looked to the side. It was an identity bracelet. He took off his ID bracelet and put on this ID bracelet. The ID bracelet lit up, and he passed the verification very quickly. David opened the identity system and saw that it was Arthur Luce's identity bracelet. It contained all of Arthur Luce's information. David's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Headmaster Constable's message about changing one's appearance. He turned on the camera function of his identity bracelet and projected his figure in front of him. He saw an extremely beautiful figure. It was the face of the Battle Angel. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.